love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Can't all be beautiful.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Totally, back row.
Oh, hello and welcome into the Danger Zone. I see a few of you here already. Thank you for joining me. Just me tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Murph running a little late, so I am stalling like Moscow, I guess, is what I've heard. Yeah, welcome into the Danger Zone. Spike that like button. We have some Jets talk to get to. We might have a special guest for you tonight. In addition to Murph, obviously, kind of teased it there in the chat, man. Yeah, come on in, file in, let's hang out. Yeah, rough one last week. We're gonna get to all of that. I don't want to give all my good nuggets right away. But yeah, long week for me. Let me know how your week has gone. If you're here joining me now, I appreciate you. Again, spike that like button. Yeah, I work construction, so that was a fun one this week. We just finished doing a metal building. Literally took us months to finish because it was so complicated, like multi-tiered roof, everything. Finally put that one to bed, and we just switched, and we're ground zero again. We are making a wooden one now. So the last couple months, man, I'm getting pretty much experience out the wazoo. So yeah, hey, look at that. Mariners win from Hazel. As you folks probably already know, I'm up here near in the Pacific Northwest. I guess you could say our local team is the Mariners, while I am a Mets fan first and foremost. If I have a second team, Bailey, quit. If I have a second team, it's the Mariners. Cal Raleigh, all them guys been cooking. They got a little bit of that magic that the Mets had last postseason. It was so exciting to watch. Couldn't muster it this year. The Mariners seem to have. They've captured it. They are cooking. Up 3-2 now on the Blue Jays. But yeah, that's the baseball talk for tonight. Bill M already in the building. I saw Amid. I saw Jeffrey. Just welcome, guys. A lot of your names I've been keeping updated on our Pick'em leaderboard. You know what? You guys are early. Murph ain't even here. You know what that means? That means we can look at it now. Just don't tell him I showed you. Let me grab it here, drop it in. Let's take a peek at what we're dealing with here. Oh, baby. What? I was in first last week. What? Oh, man. God. Scott is going to be insufferable later. Yeah, you know. Old timer's going to come in, puffing his chest, old peacocking in the danger zone. Just wait for it. I can see it now. But after that, you know what? I took your suggestion, guys, because a lot of you were like, listen, you need to sort this by win percentage. Screw it. You know, even if someone's 1-0, they might be ahead of you guys. You don't care. You want to go by win percentage. I listened. So here it is. Read it and weep. If you have no freaking idea what I'm talking about, those who frequent this show get an opportunity, typically in hour 3, to, we go through the schedule basically. A lot of shows do it, but I don't think a lot have as much fun as we do, nor do they actually listen and hear the chat and allow them to participate in an official capacity. Y'all, hey, right here you do. If you stick around, or if you circle back to us, or even if you watch tomorrow, you can check it out and put in your comments down below who you think will win every game. Money line only, no +7 minus. No, just straight up who you think's gonna win. Let us know. Live chat, post chat. I will record it and keep track right here. And that's what we've done. We've done it for a few weeks now. As you can see, we haven't done it since week 1, but here it is. Old man Foster in the lead. As far as the panelists go, as far as the people who picked every damn game so far, Scott is nudging us out. After that, though, I want to get to some of you guys, man, because just straight win percentage. As you can see here, Jake, he was on fire last week, I'll say. Jake was 10-4, is actually batting the best out of everybody. Bill M also ahead of the panelists. We might have to get one of you two to host the show one night. Adirondack, Fly Guy, again, hey, he's beating me out. We got to get more of y'all's picks, but you guys have been killing it. Modine, MC Maze. I want to know, are you an MC? Or is that Mick Maze? You know, I need to know. Tell us. But those are the top 5 chatters from the DZ. Again, stick around. You can be included. Drop it in the chat. Well, no, don't drop it in the chat now. I'll never find it. So either wait for the segment or post it in the comments after the show. The rest of you who've picked, I have your results as well. But I'm going to table that for now. Give you something to look forward to the rest of the night. Hazel's wondering, where is Murph? Is he out with the MILFs? Good question indeed. You know, I'm kind of curious if he is as well. You know what? Why don't I ask him? What's up, dude?
Not with the MILFs. That's what's up. Just hanging out. I was running a little behind. I had some unexpected company come over. No, it wasn't the MILFs. Buddy of mine, and that bled over a little bit. But I'm here. I'm here. I'm willing, ready to do that thing.
Dude, at 0-6, that means a lot, brother. That means a lot indeed. chat's just getting going, man. You haven't missed much. A little bit of my rant, I got a little practice on for the monologuing, so I appreciate that. I sucked at it like usual, so you didn't miss anything.
Hey, me too. That shit ain't easy. It really
Fuck
isn't.
no, it ain't. Unless you got a chat that's cooking the entire time, man, you run out of stuff, man. Or you just have to sit and think of what you're gonna say, and that's not good either. So, um, anyways, how was your week? I kind of teased how mine went. How was your week, Murph? And welcome.
Um, it's been a week. I was running that bulk route again, so starting at 3 a.m. all week except for today. And then today I had to run one of the other routes, like what I used to do. So it was a long one. Got back, and then we had a union meeting and it was contract negotiations. They do it every 3 years, and you had to go vote on a new contract. Got voted in, so everything's good. No strike, So yeah, it's been a week, man.
Bro, good that things are. It sounds like more and more as time goes by that you got a keeper of a job, man. So that is not something to overlook. So,
Here's
congrats
that.
on that. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Let me ask you, as we kind of segue into some other talk, we got 9 in here on YouTube listening. Um,
Appreciate y'all.
rough one last week, man. I'm just going to, I'll just do this.
Last week, every week.
Yeah,
It's
every
always
week,
rough.
every fucking week. In case anyone forgets what last week was, because all the losses start blending together. Here it is on screen for y'all. Murph, talk to me though. Going into the game, London and all, how did you feel? And then how did, you react to how it went?
I did not feel good. The vibe was not great going into the game. I was not expecting a win. Don't want to break your guys' hearts or anything, but I was not expecting a win, and somehow they made me feel even worse than what I was expecting. I don't know how they do it. Somehow it's like, let's give them a little hope. Like, hey, you might see a win, and then nah, we're gonna yank that right back from you. We're not doing that. Yeah. So that's what the Jets are doing to us. They're making us feel rough, but that's okay. If you go into it with the right mindset and you're just like, hey, it's Glenn's first year, give him a year to get things ironed out, and hopefully him and Muji can get this team straightened out by next year,
I do, man, I do. And just like getting into the actual game, like 10-6, first quarter, second quarter goes by, it's still 10-6, starting to wonder, man, maybe we won't give up 30 today. I don't know if that was a thought in your mind, the way the defense was humming. The third quarter goes by, man, we're up 11-10. What did you think around about the third quarter?
So I do agree. Like, part of that to me, I was in the game, like especially around that time. I'm like, hey man, like maybe they're finally getting this defense figured out a little bit, But then that pessimistic side hit me, and it's like, oh, it's just because they're playing in London. Denver's just having a shitty game. So I don't know. We really don't know. I think this upcoming week will tell us a lot, right? I feel like if we hold them to 17 or less, then maybe they're getting this defense stuff ironed out a little bit. But I don't know, man. I feel like those overseas games, like they're just so wonky, man. You never know. It's kind of like a division game. You just don't know what's going to happen.
You're right though. Like the timing of it, was it the fact that we both had to go overseas and we had a shorter trip? Was it the fact that we got Jermaine Johnson back? Was it the fact that MC2 was out and we had Brownlee Jr. in and he doesn't play like no junior? Is it just the defense is starting to grasp the scheme? Like a lot of reasons. How do you know? Like you said, you got to see another. You stack them. Put 2 weeks like that together, and honestly, you're in your home building. You're playing the Carolina Panthers. Is there any reason why you shouldn't stack 2 in a row like that?
Exactly, and I preach it every week. It's starting to become a thing for me. Confidence, momentum. Those are 2 important things in football. And the defense holding a team to 13 points, that can provide some confidence. Now, if you can do it again or something similar to it, then you're starting to provide momentum. And then, they say shit rolls downhill. Well, so do, I don't know, good things. The opposite of shit. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, I just think that it's a good, if we're going to, I'm trying to be optimistic here. So if we're going to look at it in an optimistic way, you hold a team to 13 points, 9 times out of 10, that wins you a game. It just didn't happen to win us a game last week. But 9 times out of 10, that wins you a game. So if the defense can they look back at that and say, hey, like we were doing something there, and maybe we can do this. Maybe Brownlee subbing in for MC2 is the type of spark we needed, because he did play with a spark. I'll give it. The kid had some fire to him, and I like that. Maybe Jermaine Johnson coming back kind of helped solidify the other side of that line, and got less reps for Michael Clemens on the field, and that just kind of helped that line solidify itself a little bit. So there is some positives to that, to this game, if you're looking at it in that way. But on the flip side, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with Justin Fields? I have to go straight. I'm not even going to say offense. I'm just going straight to Justin Fields. And it's not all his fault. Not everything is his fault. It's an entire offense. There's 11 men on the field that are all contributing. But there was some very clear, and it's things that a lot of us, probably more pessimistic fans, like even myself lately, I've been fairly pessimistic. I hate that because I really don't like being that guy. We've pointed out and we've said, hey, like he holds onto the ball too long. He's too afraid to make the throws. Like it's one read with him, and then he panics, whatever, this and that. And if you could not have put more of a spotlight on those issues than what we did, like, I don't know. Like, there was no chance that you could have made that look any more obvious than what he did. And it was bad. It was a rough outing. Do I expect him to play like that next week? Probably not. Maybe not that. I wouldn't think it's going to be that bad. But it's like, man, if that's your tendencies, if that's like whenever shit hits the fan, that's what you look like, that we're never, like we're going to have a rough time. So yeah, that's the flip side of it. It's like, hey, defense, you hold them to 13 points, that's a good game. That's a damn good game in today's NFL. Flip side of that, you got to score them. And if Justin can't score them, then what are we doing? Bring Tyrod in.
Can you guess what I'm doing right now, Murph?
Counting Justin Fields' completions?
Yes, but also his sacks.
Oh yeah. That's a bad day. And then
9 sacks, 9 completions.
I saw Joe Tippmann, and bless him for this, but he said if Justin Fields needs, I don't remember the exact quote, but I'm going to give you guys the layout of it roughly. It was like, if Justin Fields needs 4 or 5 seconds, then we need to give him 6 or 7. And it's like, what? If you can do that, great. But come on, man. Like, I get it. You're trying to like say, hey, like, it's on us, man. We should have never allowed that many sacks. Dude, anybody that watched that game knows it's not on you. If dude is standing back there and looking around and just cannot have the confidence in himself to make a throw, or even if it's not a throw, if he can't take off running with it or something, like it's like, what are we doing, dude? So yeah, Tippmann, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. The Wisconsin waterfall himself, like, but come on. We know better. I know you're not going to throw your quarterback under the bus, but we know better.
We do know better, and can you blame Tippmann? I can't. I know that. At the same time, like there was a post. I'm trying to find it. If you give me a second, but it was like, you know what? I don't even have to show it because I guarantee you, everyone in here saw it. They also watched the game, but it's like all the amount of seconds that it took for Fields to get sacked last week, and so many of them were greater than the average quarterback gets on the average snap. I mean, one was even 7.2 seconds or something. Just insane. Like, you have a guy in Garrett Wilson that's like constantly analyzed and recorded as one of the wide receiver who creates the most separation the fastest, and you're holding on to the ball for 7 seconds. I don't understand. And a lot of opinions flying around this week. We know Kurt Warner even chimed in and defended.
Before we get into that, can I interject? I'm sorry.
You can, yes, please.
It's because you were on that point, and you brought up an excellent point about Garrett Wilson. He's always like top 3, top 5 in the NFL, the entire NFL, all these stud receivers in the NFL, top 3, top 5, and separation, fastest to getting this much separation, this and that. Like, that is an elite trait of a wide receiver, right? That is a number one guy, right? I'm not saying he's number one wide receiver in the NFL, but he deserves to be a number one targeted guy in the, on his team, whatever. Probably top 10, whatever. Anyway, the thing about that is we watched this game was it yesterday? Thursday's yesterday. Yeah. So we watched Joe Flacco basically walk up to the huddle, and he looks, oh, yeah, Chase is over there. Okay, that's where I'm throwing it. Hut, just all game. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know Noah Fant I get it. But I'm just saying, like, it was obvious, like, that's who he's going to the majority of the night. It was I need to look up his targets. He probably had 15 to 20 targets. Huh?
23.
Jesus. Sometimes quarterbacks don't even throw that much in a game. What? Jamar Chase is a stud, and he deserves it. Okay? Nobody's denying that. I think Garrett Wilson's also a stud. Maybe not quite on Jamar Chase's level, but I'm just saying, like, at the very worst, Justin, I'm talking to you, Justin Fields. At the very worst, dude, I'm not going to blame you if you throw a pick by throwing a 50-50 ball to Garrett. I'm not going to blame you. I'm going to say, hey, that's the only dude worth throwing it to, really, on this team. I mean, maybe you could argue Mason Taylor could deserve some touches, Breece Hall out of the backfield, whatever. I'm not going to be that mad, especially after seeing what I saw last week, and it's like, oh, this dude still has 0 interceptions. Fucking throw a pick, dude. I don't care. But throw it towards Garrett when you do. Give him a chance, because you never know. That dude can make magic. But
Facts.
No, instead, Anyway, that's my little rant on that. Also, Justin Fields threw a couple of hospital balls to Garrett. Now he's injured. So,
dude, you know what the kids call Jamar Chase and guys like Garrett Wilson's in football terms? You know what they call that, man?
hit me with the lingo.
Cheat code. They call it a cheat code. And we have a quarterback back there getting sacked after 7 seconds of scanning the field and doing nothing, man. 7 seconds, man. That's a long time. A long time. Mm-hmm. That's how long I can play copyrighted music and not get infringed. That's a long time, man.
And we know that the Godfather YouTube is quite stingy when it comes to the copyrighted music. So
facts. I want to get to the chat real quick, man. You're cooking. I think we are talking good football already in the first hour, which we encourage everyone to tune into and rewatch. Third hour, hey, man, that's more fun in games. But first hour, strictly ball all the time, man. I do want to reference last week real quick. Milestone week for us last week. We finally hit 500 subscribers. We're able to flip on the donation tier, which is really cool since we've done a number of these things, man. Just straight, for the love of the game. Still doing that, but we did that. We had some super chats coming in. Snowball of Jets Worldwide got the distinct honor of dropping the very first super chat. Will go down in history as the very first super chat on the channel. We also had a super thanks, which is a donation after the fact or before the fact, on an old video. Very first super thanks came in from Hazel, also in the record books for the
Confetti
Danger Zone.
Queen.
Yeah, the confetti. Yeah, exact. Tonight, we're continuing the record book recording because the very first Danger Zone membership has dropped. Let me find it here, by the legend himself, Connor of NY Flight Jets Talk on YouTube. If you're not following him, what are you doing? Go there first, then come
Absolutely.
back here. Dude, he gifted a membership going down in the record books. What a legend, man. Just coming in and showing some love. Appreciate that. The memberships are going to blossom over time. I have some things in store there. Right now, though, it's called the DZ Crew. CRUE, which, hey, that might get a rebrand. But for now, it's the DZ Crew. Let me talk about who received it.
Karma.
Hazel, again.
Karma ain't always bad.
You know what? Hey, she was the first donation of overall. A super thanks. Now she is the first member of the DZ Crew. And again, Connor, man, thanks a lot. Appreciate you, bro. Always have a special place here. And hey, now you're in record books, man. So can't escape it now.
We got to get another Connor call in. We don't get any Connor call ins lately.
Facts.
I understand we're on late. Trust me.
Yeah.
You see me getting all like. I understand we get on late, but we got to get a Connor call in sometime.
Facts. You know what? When we least expect it, or when we really need the pep, I bet you any money he'll come to bat. Like he did last time, man. I think that was right before the draft or right after. It was right around there. He was cooking on some takes, so always appreciate that, because sometimes, like, you don't want to have all the good stuff in a small pocket. You want to kind of spread it out, and I guarantee you there will be a time when we really, really need it. But yeah, chat's cooking again, man. 11 here. Appreciate you guys joining us. Anyone over on Twitter, appreciate you guys plugging in. If you can come over to YouTube, do that. Links on my page. If not, though, just watch from there. That all counts too. But you can't live chat from over there. So these folks over here chatting, if you see one of them say something stupid and you want to come rip them a new butthole, then you gotta click my page and come to YouTube and tell them straight to their face.
That's right. A ripping and a tearing.
Wild Wave comes in. He says hi. He says hey to me. He says hey to you. Good seeing him as well.
You changed up the name?
Yeah, you know what? So I don't know why, but there are some channels on YouTube and some that aren't, that don't show you the display name of the user. It shows you like the @ name. It's weird because I was just at Jets Worldwide, and it was showing like your display name over there, and then I come over here and it's showing the @ name over here, which for me it's the same in both places, but for a lot of people it's not. I don't know if that's a setting I need to adjust, but I would rather see their display name, not their @ as Nutty Squirrel Q7P here says. Hazel was already the first member of the DZ crew. Hey, yeah, Nutty Squirrel, you are not wrong. But now she'll have access to the perks that are coming. If you look in the chat, there is a super chat goal tonight of 5 super chats, which is at $1.99. That's $10. But the goal is we're trying to get a second show weekly on the channel. Murph, I know you work, so no worries there. I have something in plan. I have something in mind. But let's see if we can hit 5 tonight, and I will open the lid on that. So yeah, stick around, man. We got more things in store, and nowhere to go but up. But you'll continue getting the authentic DZ feel, no matter how far this goes.
Absolutely, man. I really wanted to, never mind. I'm not going there. It's too early in the show for me to take it there yet. Go ahead.
Well, Nutty Squirrel was not here. Bill says it's YouTube, their transition. See, I don't know why some are showing it in some places. Yeah, I don't know. But let me get that off the screen.
Dumb.
Nutty Squirrel was not here for this, and I'll give him a chance to respond maybe later in the show. But I do have to tease this. And I think you saw it, Murph. You were in the green room. There has been a change to the pecking order of the DayngerZone Pick'em weekly contest. Scott is now ahead of us, Murph. Thoughts on that?
Hey, Scott had a good week. I remember when we were making our picks, I'm like, damn, Scott's cooking today. Because there was times where I'm like, man, I hope Scott goes the other way. Like, you know, because like you went out, you lone wolfed on a couple. I'm like, I'm going to get him there. And then like, but Scott was every one of them that I was certain on, like he was right there with me. I'm like, damn, come on. But he was cooking, man.
11-3 is crazy town.
Yeah, he should have put in a couple 7-game parlays. Might have hit on one of them.
You know,
I don't like this whole being down at the bottom thing, but you know, I just all the more because I'm clutch as shit, man. So you ain't gotta worry about that. Wait till we get towards the end. Back in the day, like college days, beer pong. Like I'm always like, nah. Teams like I throw last because I'm the clutch guy. I may not get the most cups on our team, but when it matters the most, I'm sinking it.
Bro, long season, you know. That's all I can say. Scott was victory lapping us last Sunday night, and I made sure to tell him that too. Long season. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. But aside from us three, what do you notice about the top 5 chatters down below?
0.714 is a pretty impressive win percentage. Getting in that 70% that's top notch. But let's see how long they can hang on to that. Man.
We got some good individual weeks too, like Jake, Bill, and Modine all winning 10 out of 14. Fucking good, man. That's better than us. Adirondack, he was late to the party, but he still went 9-5 to get 3rd spot in the chat. Good. Real quick, I'm going to show, because we do have some of these people in-house. I want to show the rest of the crew what they were able to accomplish. This is the rest of the chat. Any first impressions looking at this list, Murph?
Well, it's good to see Johnny get rid of the goose egg. You know, I was happy whenever I can't remember what the team was playing. I think you might have mentioned it in our group chat. You're like, hey, Johnny got one. But yeah, it was good to see Johnny. Not only got rid of the goose egg, but he stacked some wins there. He still had a losing week, but that's good. Good for Johnny to get that out of the, because that's something as Jets fans we haven't done yet, is get rid of the goose egg. But yeah, aside from that, I mean, it's still pretty tight. Even those of you at the bottom, you guys still got a chance.
Facts, especially the smaller amount of picks you've made. Like one good week, you go 11-3 next week. You're on the first graphic.
Mhm.
So yeah, dude, it's been fun. It's got the chat going when they're around for that. And again, like if you're the type that just comes in first hour, shows some love, and then goes about your business, which we understand, and we love, just spike that like button. Um, Circle back and throw your picks in the chat after the show, and boom, you're recorded. You will be on the graphic the following week. Hopefully, I don't have to get 10 graphics going, but I'll figure that out. But yeah, Party with Peg and Artie. Welcome back in. I see you down there. Chris B joining us. Again, man, appreciate you guys for hanging out on a Friday night. Murph, I mean, it's a good time to transition from Denver. I mean, unless you have, well, you know what, Denver. Let's talk just a tad more. But it's going to segue into the Carolina game because last week I wanted to ask you, like, I mean, Dobbins came into that game cooking, and then we just shut his ass down. This week, Rico Dowdle cooking, bro, cooking. They might have Chuba Hubbard back as well. So does that single game performance of us shutting down Dobbins last week, how does that make you feel when we have Dowdle and Hubbard coming in? Thoughts?
I'm Well, for one, I can't be that impressed with J.K. Dobbins when he's like 23 knee surgeries into his career. I don't know. So it could be part of it is, he's not as impressive as he once was. It could be part of it that maybe the defense showed up. I honestly think that Denver got away from the run game. I don't think they really were that committed to it from the get go. So I don't really know what to take of that, but I do know that Rico, he's cooking over there. Chuba Hubbard, my feelings on him. I think he's a very solid back. I was preaching about him a couple weeks ago in our group chat. Those guys have a good chance to put up some yardage, but I think Jermaine Johnson being back, defense had a good week last week. Maybe we keep that momentum, like I said earlier. Maybe we keep that momentum. We shut them boys down. That'd be nice. The thing is Bryce Young. I don't know what to expect out of that kid. I feel like he's one of the biggest wild cards at quarterback in the entire NFL. Like, sometimes you watch him and you're like, hey, that kid's got some talent, and he's got some fourth quarter comebacks. Or, well, I don't know if they count as fourth quarter comebacks, but I saw a stat the other day. He has like more fourth quarter scores than he does wins or something. I don't remember what it was, but so he's got some stuff to him, but then sometimes he just looks like booty too. So, and I'm not talking about Kayshawn Booty with the Patriots, although he kind of is booty too. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is an intriguing game. I'm actually excited because I wasn't really excited the last couple of weeks because I'm like, oh shit, we're going to lose. But this week it's like, you never know. There's a chance to win, and you don't really know what Carolina team you're facing up against. And if we get the shitty one, we might have a chance. And even if we get the good one, maybe our defense still plays well. And I don't know. How do you feel about going up against your boy Tet?
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
Is Sauce going to shadow him?
You know what? I'd like to pose the question to anyone listening. We've all seen Tet play T-Mac as he prefers although I prefer Tet. Um,
I like King Tet.
yeah, there you go. I've also dug into how Morgan Moses has been playing, and he's been playing well. So I just wonder, like, would anyone out there have, alternate universe? Would you have preferred, retaining Morgan Moses for 2 years, drafting Tet to pair with Garrett Wilson, and then taking a right tackle later on down the road? Would we be better off? That's my question. Would we be better off? Would we have a win rate now if it was T Mac and Garrett Wilson the first 6 weeks, Murph, with Morgan Moses?
That's a good question. That was my preferred way of going about the draft, right? Before, it was obvious that we weren't getting Morgan Moses back and we didn't pick up anybody else of equal caliber. I wanted to retain Morgan Moses and I wanted another receiver. I think it's very apparent that we need another receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also that need at right tackle. Even if we had Morgan Moses, we would need a right tackle.
Yeah, facts.
If that makes sense. If it's long term or if it's just injury justification, like just being careful, like yes. So would we have won another game? I don't know that I'd say that because, well, I went on a long rant about him earlier, but certain quarterback of ours.
You know what? Let me stop you there because we're starting to chomp on the Carolina game. And just mention that we got a super chat, brother. And let me ask you, you mentioned the 0-6 thing. So super chat from another legend. We had Connor gift a membership. Jake coming in, not to be outdone. He drops a super chat of his own. Appreciate that, man. He says, Jets football. Murph, no wins for life? What do you think? Are we going to win this year?
I can't say that we're going to go winless, but you and I had a conversation earlier this week about it, and I know I was low coming into the season, with my 5-12 prediction or whatever. Is it bad that I might have overshot it? I'm feeling like I overshot it now. I was telling Dane, guys, don't be surprised if we're 1, 2, or 3 in the pick, draft pick. But you can win 2 games and have the first overall pick. So, are we going to be winless for the season? Probably not. We'll pull a rabbit out of our hat and win 1 or maybe a couple, maybe 3. But I'm not super confident about 5 anymore.
Yeah, and I made this joke earlier, but I'm like, our bridge quarterback is starting to look like a plank. That's just not good. But again, Jake, man, appreciate you showing some love,
you, Jake.
Man, for real. And got us 1/5 to our goal. So appreciate that as well. Crispy chimes in, Tetaroa McMillan. He's been good, man. The only thing is, which Bryce Young are you getting on a weekly basis? What I will say is his best game, grading wise, was last week. Of course, he played Dallas. He looked good.
I was actually just watching that game downstairs earlier, the clips of it and stuff, and I'm like, holy, he was making some throws. He was, yeah.
But I don't know, man. A lot like Denver, I think we're going to have to stop. As good as Tet, and I like the prospects of McMillan long term, I still think we handle him. I do. They might have Jalen Coker back, so it's not just T-Mac out there. Leggett, I think, is playing. So, they got some guys, some big guys, some fast guys. Well, I don't know about Ted being fast, but they have some dudes, and we might have MC2 back. Which MC2, I don't know, but I'm not scared of them. I'm not afraid of them beating us through the air. I think that you got to stop them up front and make them one-dimensional, which is a tall order. But I like our chances, man. I like our chances being at home. And we'll get into who we're picking later, future segments, with some Scott Foster, I'm sure, in the house. But I don't think we lay a stinker and give up 30 and lose by 15. You know what I mean? I don't think it's one of those games. I think it is a good opportunity to stack two, semi-decent performances in a row when comparing them to our first five. Get back on the incremental wins, man. That's what we need to see here. Whether it amounts to 3 wins in the end or 5, we'll find out. But it's more about, can we play better than last week? Can we play better than last week? Can our O and D both play well in the same game? Can our O play good for 4 quarters? Can our D play good for 4 quarters? Like little victories. And as we're talking to you guys right now, I think Justin Fields is still holding the football. So hit that like button.
Yeah, can we rely on can we not have to rely on our Wang to get us in field goal position just so we can score on kick returns?
Yeah, you know what? Got the trade deadline coming up. We're gonna have whole ass streams about. So just touch on that tonight, I'm sure. We have a guest who wants to join us tonight. He's got about an hour or so. He'll be here sometime in the next hour. And when he comes, I'm gonna have to lean on the chat for some of their great questions, because he's more plugged into his expertise than I am. If that's a little teaser on who it could be, then take it as such. But yeah, again, like Carolina Jets, what do you think it means that, and maybe not long term or whatever, but like, what do you think it means that no Garrett? Does that like move the needle for you? Do you think it would have mattered? I mean, yeah, it's obviously going to make it harder on Fields, but do you think it like changes our chances of winning? And if so, how much?
We were talking about Garrett earlier. We mentioned that he is a stud. I mean, I think that that's pretty obvious. I think that anytime that you lose an absolute stud, it affects your chances of winning the game. Now, good teams overcome it, right? They figure out a way. We have not proven to be a good team until Aaron Glenn proves to me that he can coach up a team to win, regardless of circumstances, whatever. I can't believe that, that's going to be the case, but there's still a chance, and you never know, man. Maybe they just absolutely run the ball down their throats, and we don't even need Garrett. It's possible, So I think it does affect the chances. That doesn't bring the chances to 0, though.
Maybe we run the ball down their throat. Don't spit out your drink, though. Maybe we have a vintage Breece Hall game where he hits a home run for the first time in 2 years. Maybe. Maybe all I'm trying to get at is, like, if you don't want us to feel like we're missing Garrett, then take control of the game in the first quarter and the second quarter. Control the clock, have long drives, win up front. Fields, run the ball, please. Run the ball, please. Breece, run the ball well. This O-line cannot keep holding the D-line off for 5+ seconds. That's not good. A, they get worn down fast, and B, like, that's when you got guys falling around their ankles and knees, and it's just not a good look, man.
Yeah.
Control the
Okay.
clock.
Joe Tippmann, how about we change our goal? Okay, if you want to have a freaking unrealistic goal, how about instead of keeping Justin Fields clean for 7 seconds every drop back, how about you create 3, 4, 5 yard holes for the running backs to run through? How about that be our unrealistic goal? Because if you can do that all game, you're winning the game. Unless you have an idiot offensive coordinator that just doesn't stick with the run, even though it's successful. But I don't think that Tanner Engstrand is that guy. I don't think he's an idiot. He's had some moments where it's, a little touch and go. But yeah, Tippmann, how about that be the goal?
Yeah. Dude, I'm tired of being frustrated on Sundays, man. Like, you got a home game now. The last one was a home game, but it was overseas. Like, now we are losers in America. We are losers overseas. Let's come on, man. Come on. It's time to give us a little nugget for still being here. 0-17 has been talked about a lot this week. Fire Aaron Glenn has 2. Last week, the week before, it was fire Wilkes. Well, the defense had one good outing overseas, and now it's not, don't fire Wilkes, it's fire Glenn. Make Engstrand the head coach, or bring in McCarthy, or, just give us a win, man, so we can stop, cannibalizing everyone. Like, we just need a win, man. It changes vibes so fast. We need a palate cleanse. One win will not cleanse our palates, but it will help. Our pets' heads will stop falling off. Stop the bleeding. Give us a tourniquet. And all we're asking is that you beat Bryce Young. Like, what? Bryce Young.
Bryce Young, come on. We're not asking you to beat Patrick Mahomes out here. We're not asking for much. Not asking for you to beat Justin Herbert, Josh Allen. Just Bryce Young, guys. Ain't even a divisional game, but it would mean the world to us to have a win under our belts as Jets fans. So, yeah, pull it out. Coaching can make it happen. The coaches just need to do the right thing. They need to game plan correctly. They need to make sure that these boys are ready.
Facts. As we were talking there, Murph, a little DZ Crew Fairy popped in and dropped some love. It looks like some people received some gift membership. There you go. 5. Johnny Boy receives a membership. Jeffrey. We got Scott Foster, Mike Rubino, and Wild Wave. This will undoubtedly come with Discord access. Give me some time. I wasn't expecting anybody to even notice it tonight. Connor kind of did, and now we're off and running, man. Now I got to give you guys something tangible. As Snowball joins us, Johnny, I think their show probably just wrapped up. We're going to get cooking on perks. Appreciate you guys for becoming members tonight just by engaging. That's more than we could ask for. Just engage, stick around, hang out. Friday nights, man. We're just trying to talk ball, and most of you guys make it possible. So, stay tuned for more.
Did you notice a little, I mean, it's kind of on topic, I guess, but the people that got the gifted memberships, like the not the @, name, but the other name showed up for that.
Weird.
But when they chat, it's the @ name. I don't know what YouTube's trying to do here, but
Agreed.
Either way.
Agreed.
Appreciate the shit out of you fellas.
If they're transitioning to the at name, I encourage people who don't like how their name appears to go into their Google account and update their at name to something more that they like better is all. So just be aware that I don't know what they're going to go with, long term, or if it's a matter of us being like a community channel now it's ads. I don't know, but just be aware that if you don't like the way you look, you can change it. It's 2025.
True.
People are asking for the link, Murph. We have a guest we are waiting on. What do you think about opening the call-ins, closing it for the guest, and then reopening it after the guest leaves? Does that sound good, or would you rather just keep chopping it up with UI in the chat, and then we'll go guest, then callers?
Hey, I'm down for whatever, man. We can bring them in. I do want to talk about something though.
Okay.
We didn't touch on it. We moved on to the Carolina game, but I want to go back to a certain decision made at the end of the game. The Jets Broncos. We haven't mentioned it, and I need to get the chat's input and their pulse on it. Not trusting your 100% accurate field goal kicker and going for it on 4th and 8. Game on the line. What do you think about that?
I mean, watching the previous 2.5 hours, you knew we were going to convert that 4th and 8, didn't you?
Yeah, sure. I was super confident in that. It's just like I know that Nick Folk's range isn't what Brandon Aubrey's range is, I get that. I know he's not nailing 68 yarders just, every other week or something, but it doesn't mean he can't hit a 62, Doesn't mean he can't. Just maybe he hasn't done it in a while or ever, but it's not like those opportunities pop up every game. So yeah, man, I don't know. The dude's 100%. He can afford to miss one. If we miss on the back of our kicker, just not quite having enough leg for it, I can live with that. We were almost there. But if we miss because we went for it on 4-8, and that particular play, we look like absolute shit and take a sack on it, way to make us look like more of a joke than we already are.
You're the head coach. Are you 61 yards as you and I? Hey, we were on their 44-yard line, right? In my entire life, man, you add 17 to that number and you get the field goal range. So 61 yards. Nowadays, they're switching it. Oh, you got to add 18. I don't know what the case is, whether it's 17 or 18 or if it was 61 or 62. Glenn came out this week and he said that was a 65 to 68 yarder. We couldn't have made that, bro.
I don't know how you're around football your entire career and you don't know to add 17 to whatever the yardage line is.
Damage control, but come on, bro. We know we're not that dumb. Would you hesitate at all throwing Folk out there, 62-yarder even, knowing he already made a 55 and a 52? Or are you going for it on 4th and 8?
I would have gave it a second thought when I realized, hey, it's 62-yarder, and I don't know if Folk can hit it. But then I would have gave it a third thought and said, oh, wait a second. We have looked horrible all game on offense, and Justin Fields is out of the zone. He is not in the zone. He's out of the zone entirely. If it's a 4th and 2, 4th and 1, okay, maybe that changes my mind. But 4th and 8, not feeling great about it. But yeah, so I would have 100% went for the kick there, and that's not hindsight talking. That's how I felt at the time. Kind of curious. Are we going to bring an entire herd of people in here to talk about it,
Dude,
give us
I'm
their
starting.
opinions on it.
I don't remember Simba's dad's name, but I'm starting to feel like him
Mufasa?
right now. Yeah, is that? Yeah, Mufasa. I'm starting to feel like him, man, because I think we're about to get stampeded, Murph. There you go. Nick T's all over it. Mufasa, it is. Hey, man, when you're live, brain farts are galore. But this is a good convo. I want to hear from all of these guys. But I mean, the only thing I don't want is like 6 people to be talking at once. So just be
Take turns.
aware. Yeah, take turns and don't talk for 90 seconds. Like, be respectful of each other. Let's do it, man. Let's rip. Let's just, hey,
Bring 'em
peel
out.
back the curtain.
Out.
Yep, agreed. Let's go. Boom,
Boom.
boom,
Boom.
boom.
Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Fellas, welcome.
What's going on?
Hello.
What's up?
Wow. What a crew. Wow.
This is good company.
Yes, I agree. So we were just talking about it, the end of the Denver game. We kind of glossed over it, and I was like, no, we have to go back and talk about this because I don't know, man. I know I've been kind of hard on the coaching and stuff as these past few weeks have gone on, but it's stuff like that. It's like, oh, what are we doing? So maybe we'll start, if Dane doesn't keep changing them around. Maybe we'll start
Give me.
Johnny Boy over there, and then we'll shift around to Snowball, and then go Nick T, and then Mets. End off with the great Mets. So, Johnny, give us some thoughts on that, buddy. How did you feel about it in the moment, and then in retrospect?
So, what up, Murph, Dado, Snow Bizzle, Nick T, Mets? First off, I want to say congrats to you guys, man, with the 500. I think I said it before, but that's awesome, man. Proud of you guys. Keep rocking on that, man. And if everybody's here, make sure I hit the like and hit the sub. Dano knows that I made a call real quick during that game and make sure that I spoke to AG on the field that I did not want anyone to destroy what our kicker is doing this year at being 100%. All right, so let that be known. Now, first off, I was screaming because I saw it afterwards because I was at church with my uncle and all that. So I didn't see the game. So I made sure that I took every outlet or anything because I wanted to watch it. I'm watching it live, and it's 4th and 8, and I'm like, kick the ball. Kick the ball. This dude when he made that 55-yarder, there was extra room for him. So in my brain, I'm like, he has the leg. He could do it. I don't know why he didn't do it, man. Just I would have felt better with the opportunity of saying that, hey, at least we tried it, not taking a sack, and then it's like we didn't even get a chance to do it because maybe they could have, jumped off sides. Maybe something could have happened to the point where it would have benefited us and moved the ball up. But that's my take on that. They should have kicked the ball. It's another time that we should have gotten 3 points, hopefully. He's done it before. Does he not trust our kicker? And that's the reasoning that he is not wanting to kick the ball? I don't know. I mean, all I know is that the bright spots, at least for the Jets this year, have been our punter and our field goal kicker. So lean on them dudes.
I feel like one guy had a pretty hot take about the kicker earlier this year. Really, really smart, handsome guy, by the way. And then one guy, not quite as handsome, almost as smart, had a really good hot take about the punter that year. I'm just putting that out there. Not naming any names. I won't throw anybody under the bus. But speaking of handsome and smart, Snowball, what are you feeling about it, buddy?
Are you going to answer the question or what? Oh, me. All right. I thought you were talking about yourself. So yeah,
Aw.
I was with Neil, and we were at a cigar place in Garden City, and we were the only ones in there. No, and his buddy Steve. Neil gets loud, like he gets really loud, and like even the owner of the cigar place came over and he's like, Neil, you gotta be quiet. They opened up just for us. At that point in the game, he was at the top of his, all three of us, top of our lungs. We're like, kick the field goal, kick the field goal. What the hell are you doing? You know, uh, it not even it wasn't even a choice. The way everything was going for the whatever was going on the previous to that in the game, you knew that nothing was happening. So and Johnny, we talked about this. The fix is in, dude. The fix
Yeah.
is in.
Yeah, we Murph, we think that it's a full blown on, like it's a tankathon, dog. Like we're starting to really believe that we think these guys are it's a tank, you know? So
Okay. You're saying that a former player, a very competitive, fiery guy, is choosing to tank this year. His football team, his first year of coaching, he's going to choose to tank. That's an interesting way to look at it. I don't know. Nick T, buddy, I want to get your thoughts on the field goal. If you feel like you're redundant with these guys, you can stack 3 points on top of them.
No,
Or you
I
can
think
play
the tank
devil's
is full.
advocate. I don't know.
No, the tank is bullshit. This guy is not tanking. He's trying to win. No,
Okay.
it's sad because I really like Aaron Glenn. I think he's just making some weird effing decisions. They're not tanking. I would have kicked the field goal for the. Here's a couple things. Again, does he have the leg for it? Probably not. At age whatever, 40, 41, whatever he is, but he already kicked his career high this year. So why not let him go for another career high?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, and I was trying to look it up just out of curiosity, but I don't have enough subscriptions to PFF or whatever it is. But at least in what I can see, in the top 25 teams, which unsurprising to anyone here, the Jets are not in top 25 of NFL in plays of 10 or more yards. And that was so like granted, like not 10 yards, but pretty close. So, and realistically, I guarantee you of the plays that the Jets have that are 10 yards or more, probably 60% of them are runs. So realistically on 4th and 8, who's going to call a draw play? So again, all that being said, everything leads towards kicking the field goal, even if it is out of the range. So, yeah, I think we're all in agreement here.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate the stat. I always love a good drop of a stat that adds on to our points and makes me look even smarter than I am. Anyway, Mets, buddy, did you happen to watch the game? And if you did, or even if you just caught the idea of what happened and what happened at the end, what's your thoughts on them trying to go for a 4th and 8 instead of kicking a 62-yarder to win the game?
For me, I understand the logic behind it, but the problem is Justin Fields is not the guy to do it for you. It's limited. He held the Giants to a -9 passing yard total. Bad enough. Justin Fields on his own, -10 in the air because the son of a bitch holds onto the ball too long. He's too busy trying to decide which way to go instead of just letting it go lickety-split. And even when he doesn't get sacked, he's running for his damn life. Sure, we have a mobile run quarterback, but the guy's a halfback more than half the time. And that's what pisses me off with this guy. Can you stop screwing around with it, please?
Yeah.
The point is, Fields needs to get discipline drilled into his skull to know when to take off and when to get rid of the damn ball. You're going up against a pass rush that is pretty dangerous in Carolina this Sunday, and that's a game I gotta call on my own channel You know, because normally I do 4:00 football games, but I got a scheduling conflict this Sunday, so I can't. So I got stuck with this one.
Yeah, I feel like that every Sunday. I'm stuck with watching the Jets, even though I'm the one going on my way to watch.
In my case, I'm stuck watching the Panthers since I live down in the Carolinas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's same. I'm in the Steeler area. So
Are you torn this week, Mets?
Not really. If the Jets are actually legitimately tanking, I say let them get clawed to pieces. You don't really have any games that are quote unquote winnable left on your schedule except New Orleans if you're the Jets.
I feel like, and this is probably a terrible assessment because he's gonna like throw 4 touchdowns this weekend. Watch, but like I feel like watching Bryce Young is like watching like Zach Wilson. If we let Zach Wilson play for like what he probably like most first round draft picks play out, like we would have like that's what Bryce Young is. Like Carolina's like, yeah, why not? We'll let you play 3 years. Like we don't give a shit.
he's like a slightly better Zach Wilson.
Yeah, like who gives a shit? Like we're Carolina. Like people come down here just to have a good time for a couple
Except
years.
as far as I know, Bryce isn't chasing MILFs.
But we don't know.
As far as you know,
because MILFs do like him young.
Seriously,
it sounds like Mets is not torn, but he might be lickety split. So, all right, I gotta go. Good night,
Snowball.
See you,
Always
man.
a pleasure, brother.
Thank you,
All right.
brother.
Bro.
Good
Enjoy
luck.
that Stogue.
See you, man.
Mets dodged that question. Is he trotting Nick Folk out there or not?
I would have taken the gamble.
And the gamble is going for it on 4th and 8?
Kicking it.
Oh, kicking it. Okay. Either way is a gamble with the Jets. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
I think we're in 100%.
Taking a knee is a gamble with the Jets.
Hey,
Good. Yeah.
you know, I was gonna ask if I could ask a quick question for Mets. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. No, please.
How do you suggest for the Jets to lick the split, and how does that get done? And is there a different form of doing that?
Simple. I was thinking maybe Ludovico treatmenting Fields into not holding on to the ball as long as he does when he's trying to throw it. Because the way he plays, he's little more than effing can fire. The same play style he had when he was in Chicago.
Yeah. You know, it's a shame, too, because, like, you have a guy, Garrett Wilson. We spoke about this earlier, Murph. Like, a guy, Garrett Wilson, it gets open immediately. So
And the son of a bitch won't throw to him.
There's times I see him drop back, and, like, before the announcers even say, oh, Garrett has it's man-to-man. Garrett Wilson's single covered, and Fields drops back, and he's looking to the other side of the field right away. I'm like, just look at Garrett every time. I don't care, man. Just be predictable. I don't care. Let's beg the defense to stop Garrett and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Tyrod Taylor under center, yeah, he's not as mobile as Justin, but at least he'd be able to get the ball to Wilson.
Or somebody, for Christ's sakes. I mean, he's not afraid to throw it. That's what it really felt like this past week. It was like Justin was afraid to throw it. It's crazy, man. I don't know.
I mean, and I'm a Giants fan to the core, and Justin Fields pales in comparison to Jackson Dart.
Don't get me started on that. I said on the show.
Start. Go ahead and start.
Dart was the guy. I love Dart. All see, but nobody, because everyone knew what it would take to get up there. And the sad part is now here we are with our dick in our hands, thinking, oh, we have Mason Taylor, but if we use that pick and a 3rd round pick, we would have Jackson Dart. And at least a piece to start.
But let's be honest, right? Look, I break balls constantly, and I said it on the show earlier, Murph, because I shouted you out and Dano, that, you know, like I break your balls in the saying Justin Fields MVP, blah blah blah, right? But the reality of it, he was supposed to be just a bridge for us. But do we truly believe that if we would have had Jackson Dart over here, that he would have succeeded with the organization and the potential with Tanner putting them together? Like, do we really think that would have happened, that he would have had the success with us? Because I thought when we were on Dano's the Danger Zone full draft show itself, we all said that he went into the right system, into the right place, right time, being behind a Russell Wilson, a Jameis Winston, and then a coach in Daboll who's an offensive minded guy that could potentially get the best out of him. I don't think he comes to the Jets and he has the same success with us on our end.
So Johnny Boy, so the first point is that he didn't play behind Winston. They already benched. They didn't even go to Winston. They were like, all right, F you. Go out and go film TikTok videos on the Empire State Building because you ain't starting here. So they got rid of Russell Wilson and then went right to Dart. So Jameis didn't mean anything to anybody in New York, in the Giant organization. So forget, despite the fact that he was signed, drafted as number 3, I agree with you. That was probably the right move. But here we are, we're 6 games, 7 games in, but he started 2 or 3 games already. So he started game 4. So they thought he was well enough and advanced enough to start game 4 over Jameis before going to Jameis over Russell Wilson. They're like, yeah, this trash. We're done with this trash. So like he was advanced enough to start that at that period 4 games in.
That's a good point. Like if it's any clear indicator, Tomlin chose Russell Wilson over Fields, and Daboll picked Dart over Wilson. So how can you argue that Fields and Dart are even on the same planet? Because right now he's below Wilson and Dart is above Wilson, you know?
But I'm just saying, do you believe that if Dart would have came to us, would he have had the same success that he's having with the Giants? I don't believe it. I don't think he would have. I think it would have been another rookie quarterback that we've thrown to the wolves that we want instant coffee from. And the first moment that this dude messes up, we're like, it's Zach Wilson all over again.
Johnny Boy.
Why not start Tyrod?
So, no, but my question to you is like, what's different? So Johnny Boy, let's compare. Let's just for argument's sake, what's different from the Giants' offense from the Jets' offense? Malik Neighbors and Garrett, how do you compare them? Let's go one by one.
All right, so you're saying Malik Neighbors and Garrett Wilson, dynamic guys that are wide receiver ones.
Okay. So like maybe equal. Like who would you rate? Like if you rate one better, if you had to do a point system.
Garrett Wilson, because Garrett Wilson's been doing it longer.
All right. Offensive line. We'll just use a unit.
Mm-hmm.
Which offensive line's better, Giants or Jets?
I would probably say the Jets.
Okay. Tight ends, Giants or Jets?
Giants.
Yeah, I would probably give it to the Giants just because. No, I don't know. I think I'll probably still give it to the Jets because of what Mason Taylor.
It's debatable, but yeah, running back room.
That with Braylon Allen, it would have been the Jets.
Without him,
so go ahead, Mets. Sorry.
Based on the combinations, slight edge Jets because I can't really trust Tyrone Tracy. Love Scatterboo. Tracy, not so much.
So, all that being said, all things being equal, Jackson Dart's drafted to either team. Who has the better scenario?
G-Men, because you have an offensive-minded Daboll where Glenn is predominantly a defensive-minded coach.
But that's what I said from the jump.
No, but you're talking about the head coach. I'm talking about the talent too. You're not taking so that you just said that 4 of the 5 units are better. skill position better. So if you're surrounding someone, so if I have a young quarterback coming in, right?
But
No
you
matter who
have
it
the
is,
you have the Giants that have a organization that's won in this time of ours, to where the Jets, we haven't won anything.
it
And
doesn't
then
matter.
you
That doesn't matter
it does matter, bro.
No, it
We've
doesn't.
ruined
No,
QBs
because that's all situational. If you have the right talent and the right coach, they'll
It's
use
not
the right talent.
situational. How is
How
that
come
situational?
all right, how come the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl the last 10 years 2 times? Because the Eagles have been garbage the last 20 years because they get the right talent and they get the right coach. That's exactly how football is played. Exactly how football is. So if you have the right talent and the right coach, and we just talked about the talent, and you said 4 of the 5 groups, skill groups, were better with the Jets than they were with the Giants. So the situation, yes or no, from the 4 of the 5, that's 80%, is better with the Jets. So where would you rather go? If you were anybody, if you Johnny Boy or the quarterback, a rookie quarterback coming out of college, where would you want to go?
To the Giants, because knowing that I'm not gonna have to start off the rip, because that's
You
what would
wouldn't
have
have to
happened
either way. Justin
the
Fields
Jets.
was here. No, Tyrod Taylor was under contract and they signed Justin Fields. You could have drafted Jackson Dart.
No,
You would have the same scenario.
I was saying my whole scenario was Justin Fields and Dart. Right? You switch it.
Yeah, and you still have Tyrod, and Tyrod is the same equivalent.
Dude, we would have been calling for Dart to start from the jump. You know that. This fan base would have been foaming out the mouth to say, put in Dart. It's Dart. Why? Because everybody said that Tyrod is a hit away from freaking never playing again. It was being said all off season.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of having a bridge quarterback, and that's what Tyrod was. Tyrod is you're paying him $6 to $8 million to be a bridge, either that or a bridge backup. Same thing. We're going to pay what you're talking about keeping Justin Fields on for a bridge backup or a bridge quarterback. So
I mean, we have to.
Why not save the money?
Mil? I mean, yeah, Justin Fields was supposed to be our bridge. We were supposed to have this. I don't see Dart, if he would have came over here with us, that he would have had the success that he has with the Giants. But that's my take on it. You know, and that's how I feel. He would have crumbled over here, unfortunately, because it would have been the first interception he would have thrown. It would have been the first fumble. It would have been the first something, and this guy's not. It's same old Jets all over again. Maybe it's because I'm battered, bro. I don't know.
No.
In regards to that, but I don't see it, and it's what I was saying earlier. You got Dable, and then you got Glenn. Dable's the offensive mind that could essentially, he's done it with Allen as the Wyoming quarterback that everybody was like, who is this dude or whatever, and look what he did with them. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he would have had the success with the Jets, if I'm being 100% honest with you, Nick. That's my take on it. I don't think Dart as a Jet, he would have had the success like that.
No, it's a fair point.
No, you guys both present great arguments. I want to hear more from both of you. If you're around tonight, call back in. Our guest has arrived, so I do want to cut it a little short. But Johnny, I do want to mention Dart, 3 games, 500 yards passing. I mean, he's not lighting the world on fire, but he's electric, exciting. He's scoring with his legs as well. So it's something to keep in mind, man. Would he be even that good with us, man? We're all so beaten and battered, it's hard to believe,
Yeah, it is.
Hey, catch you guys, man.
Hey, appreciate you, Daniel. Nick T, always love, bro. Always love, man. Peace.
Murph. Hey, we had the choice. Do we want to open call-ins before the guest arrives? We did, man. They came spitting. So intense that hopefully some of them stick around for the long haul. If not, man, we hear from some of them guys every week. So I know they'll bring it again, whether it's later tonight or next week. Hopefully that gave you a couple minutes, Murph, to get ready for this guy, because this next guy is a whopper, man. You guys know him, you love him. We've kept him waiting. I am not going to keep him waiting any longer. If you're still with us in the chat, spike the like button. DC of the Jets. I don't mean Steve Wilkes. Sorry, guys. I mean DomC.
That's right.
What's up, boys? Hey, man, sorry I'm late, dude. Just lost a bunch of time. I know you said that there was no real, like, hey, be on by this time, so on and so forth. But then once I tried to get on, I was like, it took me forever. I had to reboot my machine a couple times. It was a pain in the ass, so I apologize.
Same.
So
hey,
it's all good.
we are no stranger to tech difficulties, man. And honestly, I would 5 minutes at the end of the night, I would take you, Dom. Like, you're welcome anytime.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Last time I mentioned it to at least one of you. Like, last time you were here, I was not. And I appreciate both you guys, man. You gave the crew out there a show when otherwise we wouldn't have had one. So I'm really excited to hear from you tonight, because we're 0-6, man.
It's rough. It is rough.
It's bad. And not only that, like, we are in a fan base that is, satisfy me right now. I need daily content. I need daily everything. And when it's 0-6, man, it's a lot of daily crap.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to hammer home, is that everyone wants what they want and wants what they want now. You know what I mean? That, God forbid, you talk about developing anything, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's an offensive line, whether it's a coach, whether it's this, that, the other thing, there's almost no room for that kind of stuff anymore. And again, I don't say that in terms of like being the biggest or staunchest, supporter of Aaron Glenn, because, I think he's reaped what he's sowed, unfortunately a little bit here, but yeah, man, we're in a world of what have you done for me lately? And, it's not a good look. It's the way that this has started for the team, for the regime, for everything. So, it is what it is. My reality is I've gone into every one of these games outside of Buffalo. And maybe Denver. Definitely Buffalo, maybe Denver. Really feeling like, all right, well, we can get a win. We really can. Like, and that's not green goggles or something like that. Like, it's just, there's been a little bit of me that says, yeah, we can win this game. And then we come out and proceed to lose it in a fashion that I never imagined. Buffalo, I knew we were cooked. And that game was the ugliest one yet. And then the Denver game, I had no hope. All my hope was broken from the previous 2 weeks. And, we came out and, we won 2 of the 3, sides of the ball that we needed to, in the defense and the special teams, and couldn't do it offensively. So, so I'm back on thinking, like, there's got to be a way, after watching that offense last week, you would think that, that's just the homer in me that's saying we got a chance, but there's something in me that thinks that you still got a chance. To win a game here against Carolina on Sunday at home. It should be a game that we're in. Again, I have no expectations whatsoever. The first 6 games have kind of drained all that from me. I'm not going to get too high. I'm not going to get too low. It just is what it's going to be.
You have to learn. How many times do we get beaten to a pulp where we got to expect a punch?
Yeah, right.
But go ahead, Murph.
I was just, it's so hard, man. Dom, watching the game, we're all Jets fans, and that whole try not to get too low thing, I can handle the try not to get too high, But to try not to get too low is really rough, especially when you're watching Justin Fields take as many sacks as he gets completions in a game. That's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that game just happens to happen when our defense holds the opposing team to 13 points. So, yeah. And you kind of mentioned it earlier, dude. Like, we're losing in any which way you can think of.
Well,
It's not just getting blown out every time. It's not gritty games every time.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
It is I mean, crazy stat maybe, maybe something that only like the nerdiest of nerds would dig up, but I did read it somewhere on X that teams that won the playoff or won the turnover battle and held the opposing team to less than 250 yards of total offense are like 62-0 or something like that until last week.
How many weeks
Breaking
do I have to
records.
hear, dude? We heard that stat too. Like, well, not the same one, but a similar, long-standing record. We lost, like, I swear, a month ago. Very similar. Like, we are just, rewriting the record books this year.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
But that segues us kind of to having you on. And, we all still have aspirations of going 11-6, right? So what the odds that the small sliver of a chance that we don't go 11-6 makes me want to pick your brain, Dom, because, the small chance. Last Saturday, man, I'm in Oregon, as you guys know. Been watching the Ducks for 2 years straight now, man. Saw Dylan Gabriel play well for them last year. Didn't want to draft him. Let's not go that far. But now he's looking better than Fields, and he was right under my nose. Now Dante Moore is under my nose, and I think I'm kind of higher on him than I should be because it's like an overcorrect of Gabriel. Now I'm like super in love with Moore. Well, we all kind of watched him last week, I think. We watched him play against the guy you love. Can you start there? Because I think a lot of people in the chat probably watched that game too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think for all of whatever 7 weeks we are in college football so far this week, I think the most enticing game that we saw, forget about the teams that were playing, even though they were two, top 10 ranked teams, was the matchup of Dante Moore versus Fernando Mendoza in Indiana and Oregon. And I don't know if it lived up to anything. It wasn't the craziest shootout per se, like mano-a-mano duel between the two quarterbacks, but I think you got to see a lot of what, anyone hoped to see from both quarterbacks, and you start with, we'll start with your guy, Dino, and Dante Moore. Listen, I'll say this. I like this kid a lot. I like his build. At 6'3", I think he's got room to add size to his frame. I think he can use a little bit more, a little bit more time with an NFL, trainer in the weight room. And he can probably, they list him at 205. I doubt he's that. I doubt he's 205. I'd probably say he could probably carry, a good 215 or 220, but that's adding 15 or 20 pounds to him. But he's got the frame to do it. You have, just a really loose thrower of the football. And what I mean by loose is like it doesn't look like it. There's no labor. Like the mechanical aspect of throwing the football is no labor. It looks like it just goes in his arm and shoots out in this perfect little pretty spiral, like he's Bob fucking Ross, just dotting things left and right. I love the way he pushes the ball vertically. I really like the way he plays off platform, meaning in designed rollouts and stuff like that. He's athletic. He's not a dual threat quarterback, but he's athletic enough to hurt with his legs. You talk about a kid at 20, 20, he'll be 21 by the time the draft comes around. You talk about a kid who's as cool, calm, and collected as there is. Like, he's got like, maybe I'm dating myself. You guys ever see the movie Rounders? The poker movie,
Great movie.
Yeah, he's got alligator blood. That's what I say with Dante Moore. He's got alligator blood in his, just
Hey,
pumping
Dom.
through him, dude. Yes, sir.
Dom,
Yes, sir.
if I had no context to this and I didn't know who you were talking about, and tell me if I'm crazy, but and this probably going to sound bad because he's not having a good year in the NFL, but that everything you're describing sounds like Cam Ward to me.
Yeah, you know what?
Like,
it's not. That's not the worst.
One overall, so there's something to be said there. I mean,
absolutely not the worst. Eval or comparison that I've heard. I think that Cam Ward's a little bit more even athletic.
Yeah.
But in terms of the way he moves, the terms of the way he glides, in terms of the way he just, he throws the ball so effortlessly and with such whip, coming from, from the ground, you watch his feet always matching his eyes, and again, it's something that I always look for is, when you're watching a quarterback throw, you watch them in a straight drop back. And I'm talking not like when they're rolling out or they got pressure coming at them, but you're talking about like clean pocket, straight 5-step drop back. You want to watch from the ground up, right? And you want to see that the feet are kind of aligned with the knees and the hips, which are dead aligned with his eyes, because that's how you know that he can really step into it and get everything to it. And it seems like Dante Moore just has that like really, really smooth. All the time. So, like very, very mechanically sound. Definitely has some room to grow. The thing that the area that I would like to see him like improve a little bit more. He's still young. He's still a little bit cavalier. So he's got a little bit, sometimes he pushes a little way too hard, like, and puts the ball in harm's way where it doesn't need to be. But I think that's just maturity. The big knock on him, he just hasn't had a lot of starts, So he's a moldable ball of clay, that the right offensive mind and the right coach and the right coordinator can kind of get him. And, I think he can fit a numerous different offenses, but you can really get him and coach him up and really have that super unknown high ceiling in a guy like Dante Moore, who's just going to be 21 years old at the end of the draft, And then you got, his opponent in that game, Fernando Mendoza, who, to me epitomizes what an NFL quarterback, aspires to be, and it's crazy that I'm saying that for a 22-year-old kid. But when you talk about like fundamentally sound, he checks that mark. When you talk about like, like the physicality, the physical aspect of him, 6'5", 235 pounds, can see the entire field. He checks that box. You talk about an above average to almost elite arm. I'm not going to say it's like Jeff George elite, but he's got a really, really strong arm. He checks that box. You talk about the ability to layer the ball over the second level, or fire it into an NFL open window in front of a safety, throw with anticipation on an outbreaking back shoulder pass or something like that. Like, he puts the ball exactly where it's got to be. The accuracy outside of maybe Darian Mensah is second to none in this league. But the thing that wins me over with Fernando Mendoza, and why I've been in love with him for, since the summer, since I really, really delved into his Cal tape from last year. Two things. One, you just see how smart of a quarterback he is, right? The ability to progress, the ability to understand what he's looking at pre and post snap, the ability to make the adjustments. He had this throw when he was at Cal. I believe he was playing Stanford. I can look it up. I'll correct me if I'm wrong. But man, I looked at that throw and I said, this kid's going to be an NFL quarterback. He progressed to 1 to 2 across the field to his third receiver. Nothing was there. kind of regrouped, reset his feet, turned back to the 1, and fired a dot into a tiny, tiny window where only his receiver could get the ball. It was either going to be an incompletion or his receiver was going to make the ball. And his receiver made the catch. And I knew right then and there that this kid was going to be something special. He does a lot of things that you like to see. He's not afraid to turn his back to the line. And what do I mean by that? Like you watch. I mean, we all watched Aaron Rodgers, right? We all watched Aaron Rodgers here for a year, and I'm sure we've watched Aaron Rodgers, year in and year out before, when he was with Green Bay. And it's not just him, but I think he's the most recent example. When you watch these play action fakes and you watch Aaron Rodgers turn his back to the line to really sell it and then come back, kind of know how to establish where he's, what's going on in the defense and turn, step, set, and fire. Like Fernando Mendoza has that. It's these little innate things, that it's really, really high level processing that he's able to do at 22 years old, which makes me think that he's going to be a really, really good quarterback in the NFL. Now, is he as physically gifted as Dante Moore even? Probably not. Probably not. Do I think that it's the worst thing in the world to say, I'm willing to hitch my wagon to this guy who I know whose floor is going to be super high. And, his ceiling, his ceiling might be very good. His ceiling might not be gold jacket good, but who knows? He's still only 22, still can develop. His ceiling might be top 10 to 12 quarterback in the league. I know a lot of people have said Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff's fair. I think Matt Ryan is fair comp to him.
Kirk Cousins.
I think Trevor Lawrence. I see a lot of Trevor Lawrence in his game. Just that sneaky athleticism. That ability to being a kind of a bigger, taller, lankier guy. A good arm ability to throw any ball. The way he sells off safeties with his eyes and stuff like that. So that type of guy. Is that the worst thing in the world if you hit your wagon to that, considering where we've been the past 14 years?
I'm over the whole, we need our quarterbacks to be, supreme athletes anyway. I don't need that out of a quarterback. I need a quarterback that can read a defense and throw the damn ball on time with accuracy. That's what I need. Yeah. I need Chad Pennington, God damn it.
Yeah. Listen, you talk about, and I'm with you, Murph. I'm all about the cerebral player more so than I am the physical stud. Especially at the maybe not a tackle, maybe a tackle. Give me the biggest, strongest, dumbest motherfucker out there. I'm sorry. I can
let it loose.
Let it
loose.
Maybe
an offensive guard or something like that. Give me the big dumb guy, defensive tackle. But at quarterback, I want a guy who's going to outthink you. And the best example of that guy is, maybe the best quarterback that we've ever seen play in our time, right? Tom Brady. Tom Brady he wasn't physically better than anybody. He wasn't more athletic than anybody, but he was smarter than most of you. He was smarter than most defenses, and he studied his ass off, and he knew what was going on the defense more so than the defense knew what was going on in the defense, and he knew how to beat it.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
The New York Jets draft Mendoza, and you see him play for us.
Mm-hmm.
Finish this sentence. Mendoza processes the field better than any New York Jet quarterback since blank, not counting Rodgers.
Easily Chad Pennington. I think I think he's Chad Pennington-esque in that sense, and that's disrespect to Chad, because I think Chad was one of the most cerebral quarterbacks that I've ever seen play, let alone as for the Jet. There's Peyton Manning, there's Tom Brady, there's Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck's of the world, and I don't think in terms of that aspect of the game, I don't think Chad Pennington's far off from that. Chad Pennington just had tons of physical limitations because of the shoulder injuries and so on and so forth. But he was about as smart of a quarterback and as as cerebral of an understanding of the game of football as there was who's ever played.
Over Fitz though.
Definitely over Fitz.
Good job.
Fitz is a bit of a gunslinger.
Listen, it's hard to say that because Fitz played however many years. Fitz played 15 years in the league, so it's hard to say that. But like, that's how confident I am in this kid. I really am, and I know he's the hot name, guys. But I think you guys, know where I'm coming from when I say I don't stake my, I'm not trying to plant my flag and say I saw him first, but I can assure you, and I think you guys know me by now. I'm not just running with a hot name, like if I'm going to vouch for somebody, I've done my work and my necessary research on the player. And like I said, he caught my eye. He wasn't my favorite quarterback coming out of last season, but coming into the summer, I heard a bunch about him. So I delved into him because I didn't watch a lot of him last year. And I was floored, man. I was absolutely floored. And I just wanted to watch. I just wanted to keep watching more and more of him. And the thing that I love, and then I'll shut up about Mendoza, is last year at Cal was a great year, but it wasn't perfect in the least. I mean, he took 41 sacks, that the offensive line was awful. You watch him at sometimes, trying to do too much, like we talk about what Dante Moore is doing now. Like sometimes those turnover worthy throws are too much. You're putting the ball in harm's way. I think he fumbled, I think Mendoza fumbled like 8 times last year. Like, just doing too much outside of the pocket. But you watched that change, and you could identify that as an issue that he needed to improve on. And coming into this year, he's improved on it. So that is the stuff that I look for when I'm going from last year to this year. Are the players making the necessary improvements that you see or that you feel they need to make? And Mendoza's checking all those boxes, brother.
Also, not to mention, different system and stuff, takes it in stride, keeps going, builds on the momentum. I like seeing that. I want to kind of parlay this Mendoza, and you can even bring up more too. Our good buddy Matt Mackle in the chat is he wants to get onto some Angstrand here or whatever.
Yeah.
How do you feel Mendoza or Moore would look in an Angstrand offense? And I know we're only 6 games into it, but I know you see things that I don't see when it comes to how these plays are going on the field and stuff. So just based on what we're seeing out of Angstrand and the type of offense he likes to run, do you think either of those guys are going to fit?
Yeah. So I'm going to say this about Tanner Angstrand.
Also give me a vibe check too on Angstrand when you're done with that too.
Yeah. Well, I'll start with that because I'm good on Angstrand. I'm good on Tanner Angstrand. Do I think it's been perfect over 6 games? No, it hasn't been perfect, but he's a first-time coordinator. If I got to knock him for anything, a couple things, I think it's fair criticism. I don't think it's bad criticism, but I think it's fair criticism. I think that, you'd like to – I want to see him develop, the game plan, like kind of layer it a little bit more, like set things up. You know what I mean? Now, we've been getting our asses kicked in most of the games, for the first 3 quarters. So maybe he hasn't had a chance to set things up, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of flow. And it seems like things are very predictable. Now, it very well could be just circumstance that we're in. You're down 30-3 or, like 30-10 or something like that. Well, you know what? You're going to line up, you're going to go, 11 personnel 4 wide or something like that. And because you have to throw the ball, doesn't give you a chance to kind of, use a formation that you ran off of last time to run play action this time because they're thinking you're seeing A and it's really B. So, so I'd like to see a little bit more unpredictability in his play calling, and I'd like to see a little bit quicker adjustments. There seems to be times where, like I said, Buffalo game, perfect example. Anytime we brought on 2 tight ends or more onto the field, we got our asses run blitzed. You know, they blitzed 5, they blitzed, or they brought 5 or 6 and filled every gap, and we just didn't adjust from that. You know what I mean? All we did is just try, we kept the blocker in and ran a 2-man route or something like that. It just the adjustments weren't there. But schematically, he's getting guys open. And he's getting the Josh Reynolds and the Tyler Johnsons of the world open. You know what I mean? So could there be a little bit more creativity or flow to the way he's calling the game? I think so, but some of that might just be the circumstances that our offense has been in and the limitations of the quarterback. Let's call it what it is. I'm fine on Engstrand. I'm not sour on him. I'll say this: he hasn't been perfect, but I think he's the least of the worries right now on the team, on the 0-6 New York Jets. But you remember his offense. Everyone wants to, kind of force the square peg of Tanner Engstrand into the round hole of Ben Johnson, but that's not the case. Engstrand doesn't run Ben Johnson's offense. Engstrand runs a more of a traditional West Coast offense, right? Horizontal patterns. You're going to see a lot of mesh, a lot of crossing, a lot of, a lot of hitches against too high. A lot of out routes, up routes against single high, shot plays and stuff like that. And I think that either quarterback could fit. We're talking about these two quarterbacks in particular. I think that Mendoza would do, and more for that matter, because I think that Mendoza more so than more with the accuracy and the play and the ball placement is really, really elite. Moore is good, has some room for improvement, but that horizontal flowing offensive style will do both of them good. So I think they can both fit. I know that there's some, Engstrand says he wants to run some RPO, even though the past 3 weeks we haven't seen much of it. Indiana runs a lot of RPO. Obviously, Oregon runs a lot of everything. So both of those guys, I think could do it. I don't think either of them are true threats with their legs, but they're kind of like that, Daniel Jones, sneaky, nerdy, athletic. You know what I mean? Like you don't expect them to bother you, but you turn around and they're gaining, they got 12 carries for 80 yards all of a sudden. So yes, I think they can both fit the Engstrand offense.
Before we go to some other prospects, we just chomped on the bit when it comes to Engstrand, this regime we have. Dom, I want to ask you about the topic of the week real quick, and I just want a short answer out of you. I don't want an essay. Thoughts on your 6-week assessment. Can you trust this regime to make our franchise quarterback pick next year?
Short answer, I don't think we're going to have a choice.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to have a choice. I think
you're not wrong.
I think they're going to be here. So and I think you have to, if you're going to be in picking, I think they're going to be allowed to pick their quarterback. I think if you're picking that high, you're going to need a quarterback. So I don't think we're going to have a choice.
Yeah. Assuming we don't go 11-6, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Moving along, though, I know you came chomping at the bit. You wanted to talk quarterbacks and wide receivers. So I'm going to leave it up to you, man. How you want?
Whatever you want to listen, man. Whatever you guys want. Your show. I'm just here for the ride, man.
Well, we do have some questions.
Shoot.
They wanted to a couple things. We got some memberships and stuff I want to get to, but Chris B wanted to know, what are your thoughts about disguising our blitzes better and more often to get home and cause havoc?
Yeah. So it's funny. It's a good question, Chris. Because the one thing that we were kind of sold the bill of goods on with oh my God, why am I drawing a blank? Who's our defense coordinator?
Wilkes.
Holy shit, Steve Wilkes, yeah. And not even like sold the bill of goods, but like the stuff that he did in previous regimes where he's been at, even in preseason, in training camp. You saw a lot of, sim pressure, disguised blitzes coming from every angle, so on and so forth. I think he's just we've hit the point where a couple things have happened, Chris. This is my opinion. One, I think he realizes that the personnel isn't really all that good. Two, the injuries aren't helping much, especially the injuries that we've had in the middle of the field, at the linebacker position, so on and so forth. With Quincy and Marcelino McCrary-Ball, who was playing a lot of defensive snaps, not being there, that kind of hurts. And three, I think they've definitely realized, because there's been a real shift over the past 2 weeks, that, like stepping up and coming and press man coverage, cover 0, cover 1 right across the board, and just manning up across the board isn't working for them. They're getting toasted. So they're playing a lot more zone. So it's harder to do what he really wants to do when, he's not really playing the defense that he wants to play. Now, kudos to him for adjusting. You know what I mean? But you're going to have some guys coming back. I know my MC2 is coming back this week. I think with the addition of Jarvis Brownlee, you're going to have some looks where maybe you can show something else and disguise it and bring something else. But yeah, man, offensive and defensive have been very, very predictable. We line up defensively, and the quarterbacks know exactly what's going on. They're not dumb. We're showing something, and they know, okay, they're in a too deep, they're in a too high shell, so we'll put our zone beater in. And okay, they're look, single highs back there, they're man across, we'll put our man beaters in. They just check off the plays and so on and so forth.
How much do you think MC2's performance through the first 5 weeks or so impacted what Wilkes has wanted to do?
I think he's been one of the big culprits. I don't think call it what it is. Just again, gonna keep it real. I think that he's arguably, I'd say it's a toss up between him or Michael Clemens on who's been the worst defender through the first 6 games. Now, Michael Carter didn't play last game, so maybe he gets a reprieve there. But the first 5 games at least, I think it's a toss up. Everyone wants to say Stevens. I don't necessarily think. I think Stevens had the worst first game, but I think that Michael Carter, I think Michael Clemens, and I think Andre Cisco and Tony Adams have all played worse than Brandon Stevens. And if we can sit here and keep reeling off names like that in the backside of our defense, you're in shit. You're up Shit's Creek, right?
Yeah, and honestly, he started off rough, right? He started off pretty rough, and I feel like these last 2-3 weeks he's tightened it up a lot. And he's played with a lot of fire, and it's like he's like, okay, I need to get my shit together. Almost,
who's that? Clemens?
That's what it feels like. No, Brandon Stevens.
Oh yeah. Listen, he's I'm never gonna get on a cornerback. I'm never gonna get on a DB for losing a rep. Like, people don't realize that's probably the hardest position to play in the NFL. Everyone's gonna say, "Oh, quarterback is this that." No, it's DB, man. Because you're asked to mirror and stick to a guy who's got all the advantages of the world, knows exactly what the play is, knows exactly where his break is, has a two-way break, and you can't put hands on him past a certain point, this, that, and the other thing. So playing corner is the hardest position in the NFL, I believe. And so I'm not going to really, get on a guy for losing reps, here or there. What I think you've seen over the past couple weeks is you've really seen him turn on and how he can really affect the game and with his physicality, right? He's getting a little bit tougher in press and jamming the guys and not letting them get off, which has helped him on the back end and the recovery aspect of it. And he's really, really, he's probably the best tackler out of the back, on the back 7. Outside of Sherwood, obviously, but maybe second best tackler or the best tackler out of the defensive backs is, he sticks his nose in there and makes tackles, doesn't miss a lot of tackles, so on and so forth. Not afraid to get his hands dirty in that aspect. So, So Stevens, had a bad first game for sure, and I think you can make a fair argument to say that he might be the reason we lost that first game, right? If he just stays on his feet, catches that interception, they never drive that last drive, and we get away with the win, and we're having a whole different conversation, I'm sure, than we are right now. But
we are. Dom, let me give you some feedback. Jake chimed in earlier. He's saying that you made him like Dante Moore even more. He says he doesn't watch everything he does. Clean pockets are tough in New York, though. And then I want to go to Mendoza feedback. Anthony from the Jets Life podcast says that, good evening. He says he loves your report on Mendoza.
Thank
he
you.
himself has watched 8 of his games the last 2 weeks, and Mendoza looks like the top guy for him as well. Let me ask you this, Dom, because I know the way this is going to go the next 6 months. People are going to fall in love with one or the other, or a third party that we're going to get to next. Do you think we can go wrong picking either guy? Because honestly, listening to you talk about both of them, I feel like either one is going to be a decent pick.
I think there's right now on October, what is it, the 17th? I think on October 17th right now, I think there's 5 players, 5, who are in line to be the number 1 overall pick, right? I think one of them is Ruben Bain, the defensive end from Miami. I don't know if the Jets will pass on a quarterback if they're picking one, but I'm giving you the honest opinion on who I think can go number 1, right? I think there's Ruben Bain, and then the other 4 quarterbacks. I think Mendoza's name's in the equation. I think Lenora Sellers' name is still in the equation, even though he wouldn't be mine. It wouldn't be that equation wouldn't be mine, but people are gonna, NFL teams fall in love with traits, man, and he's got them. He's got the goods. And I think Dante Moore and Ty Simpson are going to be, in the equation. And both of those guys are quarterbacks who, kind of check a lot of boxes, but for me, miss the and I can't really talk about Ty Simpson because I have not finished his evaluation. I've only gotten a game and a half in to what he's had. He hasn't started games prior to this year, so so I have to hold my judgment for that. But from what I understand and from what the people who have really delved into the kid seem to think that he's got a chance to be the number 1 overall pick, especially if he wins the Heisman. And he's on the trajectory where right now it's probably him or Mendoza win the Heisman. So I think those 4 guys or those 5 guys for all different reasons have a chance to be the number 1 pick. Now, Moore or Simpson are less. Moore is probably less likely, and I'd say Moore is probably less likely because if I had to bet the money in my pocket right now, I'd say he's going back to school. He only had 6 starts at UCLA before taking, in essence, a second red shirt to sit behind Dylan Gabriel last year. To this year, if he gets 11 starts, that's just not enough. He'll only be 21. Next year will be 22. That's the perfect age for a quarterback. 22 is the perfect age for a quarterback. And Simpson will be a little bit older. Simpson will be 23. And again, you're banking on a one-hit wonder, a one-year wonder, I should say. And us who remember the years of Mark Sanchez, knows what happened. Or Sam Darnold, knows what happened with those one-year wonders. Now, Sammy's turned out great 9 years later, 7 years later, 8 years later,
Right.
whatever it is. You know what I mean? And maybe Ty Simpson will do the same thing. But are you willing to hitch your wagon to a guy who's only started 11 games in college? I'm not.
Dom, I actually had this conversation with Dane in the group chat the other day. We were talking Dante Moore and stuff like that, and I was like, man, I really struggle to hit, like you said, hitch my wagon to a quarterback that has that flash in the pan season 1 year. I said, unless it's Joe Burrow-esque.
Yeah.
Like that's the only time it's got to be that incredible for me to be.
Yeah.
Can I-
No, you're right.
Can I tell Dom my answer though to that?
Go ahead.
Wait.
And I'm not saying that means we should pick Dante Moore, but what I'm saying, like, I had a response to why I think Moore could come out being such a short sample size. They have Achilles Smith Jr. behind him. And I think they really love that kid. I mean, we all seen his dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when his dad was drafted. You
Same
guys are
here.
probably too young. You guys are probably too
No.
young for it.
I do. He busted, if you ask me. But this
He
kid's
sure
got
did,
a,
man.
He's got a big arm, true freshman. Now, can they still get another year out of Moore and then go to him? Yeah, sure they can. But at the same time, man, if Oregon wins out and their schedule isn't too bad, like look at Aller. He should have came out last year. He stuck around and his stock's plummeting. I'm just saying, like, if Achilles Smith Jr. was not behind him, I'd say, yeah, I'm not even looking at him. But the fact that he is makes me think, 50-50, depending on how they win out. You know.
Yeah, but Dano, you also got to remember this, brother. The year of the portal. I mean, the day and age of the portal, man. Like, people change schools like they change underwear, right? And I'll tell you this.
Good point.
I'll tell you this, I don't care what you say. I tweeted this earlier. I watched that game. I don't know if you guys watched any of the Louisville and Miami game, but if I'm a quarterback and I want to make a name for myself, and I want NIL money, you can pay me to go down to South Florida and throw balls to Malachi Tony at the U for the next year or so. And I'd be just happy doing that. You know what I mean? Now, Beck didn't have a great game today. In the least, he had a pretty bad game today. But, he's had a, rejuvenated season this year before today's game. And, you saw what they did with Cam Ward there last year. And now they got the receivers. This kid Tony's going to be really, really special. Like, sign me up for that. So, to your Achilles Smith Jr. point, in the day and age of the transfer portal, I don't think it matters.
Thank you. I needed to hear that. Something that Wild Wave needs to hear is your answer to this question. Look at that segue. He says, getting straight to the point, Dom. He's not playing around. Would it make sense to trade back and grab a haul and select a blue chipper and draft a developmental guy in the second? This class is quantity over quality. Thoughts?
Well, there's a couple ways to go about this, Dano, and Wild Wave for that matter. One, I'll say that I don't think that the Jets are a quarterback away from really, really taking that next step. I think there's a lot of places and improvements that need to, holes that need to be filled. However, on that same token, how many times do you get a chance to really, have the pick of the litter of your guy? Now, we don't know if they're going to end up with the first overall pick, but anywhere in the top three, just, we named, 2 or 3 quarterbacks. I don't think all 2 or 3 quarterbacks are going to go 1, 2, 3. So, you don't get that opportunity too often. If you told me that you were dead set on one guy and the rest of them you really didn't care about, then yes, I guess you can consider that. But you better sell me, and you better sell the franchise, and you better sell, the fans and the front office alike on what your solution is going to be at quarterback, right? Because you can't tell me, Wild Wave, that I'm going to trade back. I'm going to take the Godfather deal that San Francisco offered us for Zach Wilson back in 2020, 3 first-round picks to move back to whatever. And you can't tell me that you're going to do that and I'm going to start Justin Fields again. That just ain't going to work. You know what I mean? It just ain't going to work. Although I don't think we're a quarterback away, I think the most important position that we have to figure out is the quarterback.
I'm just going to say it right here. This is my opinion, but I'm going to speak it as if it's law because that's what I do, because why the fuck not? if you are not a quarterback away and you determine that your team isn't, but you're in the position to take a top tier quarterback in the draft, you fucking take him anyway, and then you sit him. Why not let him develop for a year while you figure the rest of your team out? You're getting the best of both worlds. You're not throwing him into the fire with a team that's not ready to have him, and you're developing him for a year, letting him sit and let the game slow down, because that's one of the biggest problems for these guys when they come into the league. Like, the game is just too fast for them. They need to sit and let that game slow down. Let them get used to seeing these players, these high top tier quality dudes. Like, everybody in the NFL is fucking good. Okay, even the worst guys are good. You know, it's the best of the best. In college, it's not always the best of the best. Like, when these guys are playing for Miami or Alabama or Texas or whatever, and they're playing UTSA or something, yeah, they're lighting it up because every one of their guys is much faster than every one of their guys. Like, it's just, anyway, what I'm saying is, even if you think you're a quarterback, even if you're not a quarterback away, if you're in that position, you take them anyway and sit them. And honestly, you should probably sit a guy anyway, but that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, and Wild Wave also, like, to be honest, like, this class per se, you know, isn't really the strongest. You know what I mean? Like, it won't surprise me if, you know, this class has more than a dozen, only has about a dozen first-round grades. I only have about a dozen first-round grades when it's all said and done. You know, very similar to the Will McDonald year. What year was that? 2023? 22? Well, whatever that year is.
23.
Yeah, it was 2023. That draft class was not particularly strong. And this class has a lot of similarities in terms of that, you know. So there might only be, you know, teams might only have 9, 10, 12 first round grades, and then everything else is just like a reach, or, you know, could be considered a reach, you know, as Will McDonald was, you know, when we took him at 15, you know, and he's developed nicely and, you know, kind of stagnant this year, you know, even though, you know, if you look past the stats, he's actually not playing bad at all. And you know, is really suffering from the lack of support on the back end of our defense. You know what I mean?
What do you think a defensive end room of Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald, and Ruben Bain would look like, Dom?
That would look just dandy. That would look just dandy. Although, you know, I think that, you know, Ruben Bain is arguably the best player in college football right now. I think it's fair to say that he's, you know, in the discussion. But he's not, you know, like, he's dominating college football right now, but I don't think he's the most dominant player that I've ever seen. You know what I mean? Like, Myles Garrett is one of one, right? And Ruben Bain at 6'6", 270, you know, it's got all the physical aspects of Myles Garrett. And he might be dominating the stat line like Myles Garrett was. But, you know, he's not nearly even close to where Myles Garrett was coming out of, out of college and in his first year in the NFL. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Bain's more Jermaine Johnson than he is Myles Garrett, you know, where he's a really, really staunch, tough edge rusher, you know, who can win with physicality, win with that power rush, so on and so forth. You know, he's not a bendy, you know, kind of, you know, very limber or fast twitch kind of athlete. You know, he's kind of like a bull in a china shop. I'm not going to worry about, you know, hand fighting and getting around you. I'm gonna go right through his fucking chest. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go right through your chest. That's the kind of guy he is. But yes, I'd be just fine with that, Dano, especially because, you know, Jermaine and Will are probably 1 year and 2 years left, you know, between the two of them. My guess is that you'll re-sign one of them or extend one of them and let the other one kind of ride off into the sunset. So you're going to need a defensive end at some point anyway. So if it's Ruben Bain, it's Ruben Bain. However, you better sell me on who you got as quarterback if you can take Ruben Bain in the first round.
Quick hitters, Dom.
Shoot.
Can you talk Caleb Downs and Mateer?
I'll talk Mateer first. I love the kid. I do. Now, Mateer might be one of those guys who is is a better college football player than he ever ends up being a pro. If I had to put him in a trajectory, that's where I'd say. But there's some of those guys which just surprise the hell out of you, and come out of nowhere. Listen, there's no denying Mateer's arm talent is special. There's no denying he is a top tier athlete who can hurt you with his legs as well. And there's no denying that guy has brass motherfucking balls and does it and gives zero fucks. Yes, he's as tough as they come, physically. He's as tough as they come mentally. And his attitude while he's playing the position of quarterback will tell you he doesn't give a fuck. He goes at it. He is a gunslinger, like gunslingers are no more. Like a lot of people have likened him. I think his game style is more Kyler Murray. And a lot of that is the way he plays and the agility that he plays with and the arm talent that he plays with. He's very small, like Kyler in height. He's only 6 feet tall. But he's 226 pounds, so he's a lot more stocky, a lot more physically imposing than Kyler is. But I've heard a lot of people liken him to Baker Mayfield, and I just think that's like the moxie and that cavalier attitude that he plays with. That's a lot like Baker Mayfield, and it works for Baker. Some people think it's working or it will work for Jackson Dart to play like that as well. I will hold my reservation on that personally, but because I'm no way, shape, or form gonna put Jackson Dart and Baker Mayfield in the same realm right now. So I think Mateer could get up to that point. I think he could get. I think he really, really could develop to that. The better scenario or bigger kind of higher percentage case scenario, I should say, is that he ends up being a long-term backup that comes in and can win a game or two with his legs and with his heart, when he's asked to. So that's Mateer. Now, who was the other one? Caleb Downs you talked about? Listen, I love safeties, and Caleb Downs is probably one. He's super versatile, probably the most complete safety product that we've seen since Kyle Hamilton. You're talking about five-star guy, started at Alabama, transferred to Ohio State, has just gotten better. Super, super high-end athlete, really, really good. Playing downhill, closing speed, so on and so forth. I think he's super versatile. You can play him in the box, you can play him in the overhang, you can play him deep. But the way that fast twitch muscles, that fast twitch kind of style of play where he can just plant and break. Like I like him even to be like kind of like a rover, that star backer where he's playing a little bit of nickel and a little bit of linebacker and a little bit of, in the post safety. Super, super, super talented. I think the thing that will kill him is he's going to have to test really high in terms of like the 40 speed and stuff like that. I don't know if he's going to be, an elite runner of that sense, like his trail, like his makeup speed isn't the greatest, and it hurt Kyle Hamilton. If you remember when Kyle Hamilton came out, he ran a 4.7, but you watch him play and he's like, man, that guy's faster than 4.7. He doesn't play like he's 4.7. And I think that's a lot like Caleb Downs going to be now. Caleb Downs is not as physically imposing as Kyle Hamilton, right? He's only 6 feet tall. He's only 200 pounds. But he can come down and he can lay the wood, man. He can give you a lick coming downhill. Big physical guy. He's agile enough to play and hang with guys in the slot. I think that maybe that Brian Branch role is going to be what suits him best at the next level. I don't have him. I know a lot of people talk about him as a blue chip, can't miss, top of the draft guy. He'll probably be in the top in my top 10, but I don't see him as a blue chip. I don't see him as he's not the prospect that Kyle Hamilton was for me. And I love safeties. So saying that hurts a little bit.
Couple questions from the chat, unless you
Yeah.
got something real quick, Murph.
No. I was
Okay,
just listening to Dom Cook. I like hearing him talk good about Ohio State guys. So 'cause I don't hear about
yeah.
WVU guys very much. So.
Yeah.
Jake wants to know, he's not sure if you got a super chat question. I didn't see it either. I don't know if it went through, but I think he wants to know about your thoughts on AZ Thomas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, listen, AZ Thomas was he was my third ranked cornerback in the entire class last year. He was my 17th overall prospect. I thought there was no fit better for what I assumed or I laid out what Aaron Glenn wanted on his defense than AZ Thomas. When you talk about size at 6'1.5", when you talk about arm length, when you talk about physicality, when you talk about ability to press, play press man, when you talk about the ability to to fill and get his head in there and tackle in the perimeter. The way he can go up and attack the ball and turn the ball over. That's all AZ Thomas, man. He was one of my favorite prospects last year. He still stays one of my favorite prospects that came out of class last year. He hasn't gotten his chance to shine yet. I don't think that's far off. I think it's coming. I do. So.
One thing I asked the chat about was, because I am literally clueless when it comes to wide receivers. We can just let you riff on a couple of them, but Rich Sports Talk, who I believe we both know, he chimed in and he said, Ian Strong, second round out of Rutgers, big possession receiver, nice compliment to Wilson. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know if he is. Well, he's a big possession type receiver. I don't know if he's a second round guy. And I don't have I don't have a full eval on him yet. He's big. I don't know if he's going to get into the second round. Like, there's just limitations to what he can do athletically, for sure.
And we don't have a third either. So
yeah, we don't have a third. Not yet. I think that's in the works. Whether it's a trade that's coming down the pike or listen, we have 10 draft picks next year. When it's all said and done, after the comp picks will be assigned, we have 10 draft picks next year. 8 of those are on day 3. You're going to see some of those. You're going to see some of those moved up to move into the third round if you need to. But yeah, the kid from Rutgers, I don't know if I'm there with him yet. If you're talking big-bodied prototypes, like you watch it in Louisville today. You know what I mean? You watch DK Metcalf Jr. playing Chris Bell. 6'3", 205 pounds. Fast. Gonna be a 4.4 guy. Super physical, knows how to catch. Strong, knows how to catch the ball. Like I said, he's built like DK, and really, I think his game resembles DK a whole heck of a lot because it's mostly, it's not full route tree stuff, but what he does very, very, very good. So Chris Bell, yeah, I think Chris Bell's more of a top 50 guy, so I think you can sit him there. You can kind of sit there and hope he lands here at the top of the second round. You talk about other big guys, Chris Brazzell from Tennessee. another guy 6'5", 200. He might be, be more of a stretch X or a vertical X like Alec Pierce is in Indianapolis, like, big guy that runs straight. He's not necessarily your possession receiver. Elijah Surratt, very familiar with Fernando Mendoza in Indiana, another big X prototype kind of receiver.
Oh, dude, he cooked us, man.
Yeah,
Like,
Colby Young in Georgia. There's tons of, if that's what you're looking for, if that's the yin that you want to the yang of Garrett Wilson, then there's tons of those guys in this draft.
Jeremiah Smith, what's the story there? Because I mean, I feel like if he was coming out, he'd be number one.
He is not coming out, and he would be number one overall. He's not draft eligible yet.
Got you. I knew there was a story there. Let me see. There were some other ones.
I think the three biggest. I mean, Chris Bell is a guy that I happen to really like a lot. Jordan Tyson, the kid out of Arizona State, he might just be the best receiver that's come out in the past couple years, maybe since Garrett Wilson's year.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that. I'm sorry. Malik Neighbors is better than him. And I graded Malik Neighbors higher than him. So that's a stretch. Maybe other than Malik Neighbors. Like Jordan Tyson's legit, dude. 6'2", 200. He can do everything. He can catch everything. He can do everything. He can play every position. He reminds me a lot of a bigger Justin Jefferson, where he can align all over the field. He's going to be a guy that you're going to want to put to, you're going to want to bracket and double up. Just really, really good. Carnell Tate at Ohio State's another guy. Ohio State's been pumping out receivers left and right, over the past, 5, 6, 7 years. And Carnell Tate is just another guy that just comes in here and steps in. I think his ceiling might be wide receiver 2. I don't know if he ever takes a step to be an alpha. But in fairness, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? There's good wide receiver 2s that, T. Higgins is the wide receiver 2, the kid in Tampa, who's the guy who just got coming back from the injury? Not Mike Evans. Huh? Godwin. Yeah. I mean, Chris Godwin carved a really good career. He's been a top 20 receiver for pretty much his entire career being wide receiver 2. So, Carnell Tate's got a lot of that in him. He's another guy I think can probably take on a couple pounds. And then you decide where you want to place him. If you want to play him at the Z, if you want to play him in the slot, I think he can do a lot of things there. Who's the other kid that I'm thinking of that I like? Oh, Texas A&M transfer from NC State, Casey Concepcion. He's a slot dominant guy, but man, is he fucking good. You talk about like fast twitch, jitterbug, the route running, the route running that can go on for days, the ability to create space and get open, and then the speed to boot, man. Like Casey Concepcion is going to be a player in the league for a long time. Now he's a little bit undersized. He's 5'11", 185, 190 pounds, so he might just be, slot only at the next level. And for the Jets, I don't think that, now that Malachi Corley is gone, who you tell me who's the slot receiver of the future? Ain't Alan Lazard, right?
I hope not.
Is it going to be the little that little bugger who returns punts on our practice squad?
Pritchett.
Pritchett, yeah. Is he going to be your slot receiver of the future? I don't know, man.
No, man. No. You know what
Thank
I
God
would
it's not
like?
Xavier Gibson.
I would like 2 big X's and then Garrett slide inside, bro.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that too.
Hey, question here from Chris B. Thoughts about Denzel Boston?
Yeah, Washington receiver. Again, you talk about that prototypical X. I mean, he's 6'5", 220, 240. He moves that way. He's he defines possession receiver. Super strong hands, long strider, not very quick. but gonna win all those contested catches. Gonna go up the ball. It's gonna be a red zone, a red zone fucking whore. That guy, he's gonna be one of those guys you just, gets ball, takes ball, throws ball up, catch ball. Not gonna win a lot of relay races or track meets during the field. Doesn't really have that third year. Needs a lot of refinement in terms of route running. Everything's rounded or pretty simplistic. But you need to throw the ball up to a tall guy with 34-inch arms and 12-inch hands who can catch it. Denzel Boston's your guy. I have him right now probably as a day, like a mid to late day 2 guy. So that's like late round 2, early round 3. And again, things can change, but if you locked in like a guy like that, if he somehow slipped to the 4th round, I think considering, and I'm assuming the Jets are picking within the first 5 picks of each round, right? Their own pick. So it's probably a little too rich for my blood to go in round 2, but it'll be an absolute steal in round 4. And I don't think he'd get there. You know what I mean?
Dom, that's oh my God, I don't know how you keep all this information in your brain. It's like, wait, who was that receiver again? What was he? Oh my God, it's incredible, great work as always. I did want to take a step back from this upcoming class, and maybe just like what are we, like a third of the way through the season? You want to give me a vibe check on our 2025 haul?
Yeah.
How you feeling about it so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can sleep comfortably knowing that Armand Membu is going to be your right tackle for the next 10 years. He was not my number 1 rated tackle in the class. Full disclosure. I call it like I see it and can admit when I was wrong, and I had him as my 3rd or 4th tackle in the class. I thought that he would struggle a lot more in pass pro than he has. So I think we could sleep pretty knowing that we got this 21-year-old, just like pure ass kicker at right tackle for the next 10 to 12 years. That's good. I'm feeling very good. I'm not going to say I'm sleeping pretty, but I'm feeling very good right now with Mason Taylor. That's my tight end. And I might be saying that I'm sleeping, nice and snug with Mason Taylor as my tight end if I knew that the quarterback was going to be able to get him the ball, but what we've asked him to do, he's turned into pretty much the second weapon on the offense, which isn't saying much for a Justin Fields led offense, but you'd like to see him. He's catching everything that's thrown to him. You'd like to see him create a little bit more yak. That hasn't been the case. He's usually catching and getting hit or catching and falling down. You'd like to see him improve his one-on-one blocking a little bit, but with rookie quarterbacks, that's or rookie tight ends, not quarterbacks. Rookie tight ends, that's probably the last thing that's going to come about. So I think that you have something good in Mason Taylor. I'll leave it at that. AZ Thomas, I talked about before, that's still, yet to be determined, but, the future's bright in my opinion. Arian Smith, I think you could say the same thing. It's kind of, it's hard to give a game, it's hard to, get a vibe check or do anything in regards to that because he just hasn't seen the ball all much, and then your 5th round picks, and I'll group them all together. Barron has disappointed, you hope that he figures something out and gets stronger or picks up a specific skill set to really take the next level, because right now he looks a little bit overmatched. Kiko Mayanoa has really come on over the past couple games, and I think he epitomizes what a 5th round pick should be, where it's going to be a little bit of a struggle at first, but he's going to figure everything out. I think he's playing pretty good linebacker. And then Malachi Moore's been fine. I didn't like Malachi Moore in the slot the other day where they had him in Dallas. I thought he was outmatched, outclassed as a slot receiver. Man coverage and speed is not his forte. His forte is playing in space and fitting the run and playing downhill and being disruptive. And I think they now see what he's about. He's replaced Tony Adams as a starting strong safety on this defense. So, that says a lot. So that's in a nutshell, that's our class.
Okay. So not too bad of a swing for our guy Muji in his first go around. So far, it's seeming we're still early in the season. I know Mimbu. I mean that first game against the Steelers, T.J. Watt getting kind of shut down a little bit. That was like, whoa! Everybody's like, all right, pump the brakes a little bit. We're not going to label him elite yet, but the kid looks like he belongs on the field, and that's all we can ask out of a rookie, right?
Yes, agreed.
And we'll see as time goes on when these guys get more snaps and stuff. But I'm not out on the draft, especially. You got to consider, does Muji even have his own scouting staff in there? I mean, like he's probably banking off of the guys that were already here and stuff, and just trying to do what he can. So I don't know. Now that he's going to have a full off season this next year, I'm excited to see how that turns out. But yeah, there was one player in the 26th draft I wanted to ask you about, and it's only because of the duck head over there. I was looking at Mel Kiper dropped his first big board, right? So I took a glance at the top 25 because I just like to get an idea of some names to watch out for. And one of the ones, there's a couple of them that popped out. One of the ones, and you mentioned him earlier, and this is a guy that I'm really going to start looking into, is the Arizona State wide receiver. I forgot his name.
Jordan Tyson.
Tyson, yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Tyson, yes, sir.
He had him very high. I think he had him as the first receiver. So I'm definitely going to try to watch some, Arizona State games and get a vibe check on him and stuff. But somebody that I noticed that I was not expecting at all, and I haven't watched a ton of Oregon games this year. I watched a little bit of that Indiana game and stuff, but he had the tight end from Oregon at his 14th spot on his big board. Is that
Kenyon Sadiq.
Is that the next Tyler Warren?
Yeah, he's he's a really, really good prospect. Kenyon Sadiq. I think, he's not Tyler Warren. He doesn't have the physical makeup of Tyler Warren. I think he's only 6'3", 240, something around there. 235, 240. But yeah, like you're talking about a really highly recruited, 5-star athlete. From the Northwest. I think he's from Idaho, Montana, something, something weird there, but this is really the first time that he's gotten to step on the field. He played in all the games last year, but he took kind of like a backseat to Terrence Ferguson, right? But you're talking a guy that, when you think about, and this is not a comparison, so don't put it that way, but, you think back of all the tight ends that we've seen in the past that kind of, can just like explode up the seams. You're talking like, what's the guy? Oh my God, why can't I think of, I'm so bad with names today. He's in Pittsburgh now. He was in Miami last year. He was in Atlanta the year before that.
Jonnu Smith,
right? You're thinking Jonnu Smith. You're thinking Aaron Hernandez. The guys that when they can just, Evan Engram in his prime, when they can just kind of step and set and then like turn it vertically, like 0 to 60 like that, and get up the seams and be that. Like, that's Kenyon Sadiq. He's great. He's got good hands. He's even better under the cat. He's even better with like under duress. He's super, super strong, converted receiver, so he plays like it. You know, he just plays like a really, really a big one, a big receiver, you know, and I think that helps him a lot. You know, explosive as could be for a guy at 235, 240 pounds. You know, I think there's kind of, you know, he's kind of undersized for NFL standards to play in line, you know, but if you put him in the right offense, you know, you put him in a Jacksonville offense where, you know, in place of like the Brenton Strange role, or you put him in, you know, Sean Payton's offense, you know, as the Joker in you know, in Evan Ingram's role, or you put him in Kansas City in that offense in the Travis Kelce role, like you got a real receiving threat here. You know, could get stronger. Don't know if he's got the chops to really block in line. You know, but at worst, you know, at worst you got like a faster, more athletic Harold Fannin at the helm. You know, and I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Kenyon Sadiq goes in the first half of round 1.
Dude, Fannin is a weapon, man. All over their field in Cleveland,
Yeah.
making plays. Fantastic, man. Shout out Lee John.
Yeah, that's his guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dom, I think we're winding down here. I
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to ask you, though, like, we got what, 2-3 weeks, and one of those is a bye week. Gun to your head right now, and don't come at me, YouTube, for that, but, like, who are you selling on, if anyone, in the next 3 weeks?
I think the right thing. I mean, I think the chalk thing to say is anyone who's not bolted down, right? Any of your expired contracts. That's the chalk thing to say. I don't think that this team, this organization, this regime wants to do that. If I had to guess, I'll give you one on offense and one on defense. How's that? I'll say, like willingly and happily for both ends. I think Alan Lazard will be one that you're selling, that you're getting rid of on the offensive side of the ball. And I'd probably say, you know, if he proves healthy, I'd probably say Quincy Williams, you know, because don't think that he's coming back next year whatsoever. I don't think that the Jets are going to be in a position, because they have so many holes and so many free agents that they're going to have to sign. I don't think they're going to be in a position to qualify for comp picks for 2027. So, and I don't think you necessarily need Quincy Williams. Like, Quincy Williams has been replaced by a young kid who you want to develop and look at, you know, especially in the lost season. So I think you can kind of maximize and get everything you can out of Quincy Williams. And I will say the dark horse, you know, for me, it's not going to be Breece Hall. I think Breece Hall either stays and is franchised or extended, or he stays and you just gotta ride it out. Like if Braylon Allen was healthy, maybe I'd think differently, but I don't. I think the sneaky one could be Michael Carter the second. You know, they could look to get rid of that, knowing that Jarvis Brownlee's here and might be here to stay as the slot cornerback for the Jets.
That breaks my heart because I was a big MC2 guy.
Yeah, me too. I mean, and listen, he earned our respect. He hasn't been the same since that back injury.
Yeah.
Just the reality. Sorry, bud. You know, like, he's made millions. He signed a second contract. He's good. His family's good. His kids are good. Yeah. So that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Dom, good
Yes, sir.
shit. Final question. You know, I gotta know, because I'm sitting here and I'm forecasting Sunday. Excuse me, I got a lifesaver in.
Oh, good.
Forecasting my thoughts, my demeanor, my mentality Sunday. Talk me off a ledge. On Sunday, am I going to be wishing that we pursued Morgan Moses and drafted T-Mac instead of letting Morgan walk and taking Membu?
No, I don't think so. You know, because and the one reason why I say I don't think you should regret that, not only do I think that Membu's been very good, because he's been very good. but this might be the worst tackle class that I can remember ever delving into in scouting. So you'd have to look for a replacement here for for the aging whatever the fuck his name is again. And
Moses.
the aging Moses.
35.
And people got to remember also, it's not only we have our two tackles, hopefully bookend barring injury. We have a backup in Isapole, but we're still gonna need another backup, right? So now you don't have to force a peg. You can just kind of take a backup tackle, a developmental tackle on day 3, and check those boxes. You don't have to force anything. And this tackle class is not one that you want to force with. Like, I don't think I have a tackle in my top 25.
Good. Thank you, because that'll help my mentality on Sunday. When I see another 9 sacks and corners getting beat. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, before we let you go, Dom, I know you're plugged into certain places. Why don't you
Yes.
tell the audience, whether they're watching now, later, 6 months from now, where we can find you, what you're working on?
You can always catch me live on Mondays with Ryan from Jets Talk 24/7 on the Talking Jets Network. We're there commiserating, wiping tears for all the Jets fans on Monday nights for the most part. So that's 8 to 9 or 8:15 to 9:15. Really depends on, when kids are going to sleep. Sometimes it's 8, sometimes 8:15. That's the story of life. You can find all my draft content in written form on Jet X Factor. That'll be the hub and kind of the location where all of my written in-depth scouting reports, will be available. That'll be the database. And then obviously my own personal YouTube channel, which really is kind of dormant for it'll start picking up now, probably not November, and it'll probably die out again, probably about May. But we're going to be doing a lot more, not just Jets, but draft related stuff through there. A lot of good guests and all the videos that I normally put out, all the mock drafts and stuff like that. So if you need your draft fix, you can always catch it on YouTube at Project Prospect with DomC. And if you're more of a guy that likes to sit and read, all my long form scouting reports will be produced, and that content will be through Jet X Factor. And I have one coming up. You'll see it this weekend on Lenore Sellers, and if he's worthy of the 1.1.
I don't know if Murph remembers it, but like 2 or 3 months ago, I made just a one-off comment of, I don't know how DomC and X Factor aren't married yet, and then boom, marriage.
Yeah. It
Connor-
works. Listen, it works out well. It's a good group of guys over there, man. Everyone's cool. Everyone's kind of got their own little thing and their own little niche, and it seems to work, man.
Hey, man, we over here, at least, I can't speak for everyone. Over here, we love your content, man. You plugged me into a few new guys I'll be watching. You've been talking Mendoza long before I've ever heard of him. And that's not a long time, but it's still sooner than I expected. So appreciate you. Appreciate the convo tonight. Murph, anything to add?
No, we just appreciate the shit out of you, Dom. Sorry. Every time you come on, I come away knowing way more than I did before you came on. Just name dropping guys and getting me like, okay, these are the guys I need to watch and stuff like that. That helps, man. That helps, especially like Saturday. I'm like trying to choose like, what game am I going to watch? If WVU's not playing or they're getting their asses spanked as they've been doing all season, what game I'm going to watch? Well, Tyson there with Arizona State's playing. Let's go check this guy out. Like things like that. Like it helps with me choosing my games on Saturdays too, what to watch and stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen. I'll say this: if you're coming to that point, you got South Carolina playing Oklahoma this weekend, right? So you get Mateer versus Sellers. Yeah. Should be interesting. At least it'll be fun. It'll be two guys that at the quarterback position that are going to go mano a mano that that a lot of Jets fans will be talking about over the next 5-6 months, 4 months, 4 or 5 months. So
Yeah, and chat's loving it too, man. A lot of appreciation for you in the chat, Dom.
you guys listen, man. You guys do it right. I'm not only a supporter of both y'all, but I'm a big fan. So even when I'm not on the show, I'm always in the chat and always watching. So keep doing your thing, guys.
Hey,
fucking
have
kill
a
it.
good night, Dom.
All right, guys. Later. Thank you.
Later.
Good night, Dom.
Later, bro.
What a guy.
Love me some DomC, man. Year round. Also, I wish I asked him if he's out on Ruckert now, because I did notice different jersey behind him. Is he out on Ruckert? We may never
He's
know.
got that thing tucked away in the bottom of the closet somewhere now.
Jeremy Ruckert. Hey, you know what? One thing's for sure. When it comes to performance, DomC and Ruckert not on the same planet. But just going through some of the chat, man. Jake chiming in with the super chat, man. Appreciate Jake, man. He's been killing it for real. He says, sorry, Dom, we're harassing you so early. Believe it or not, man, fun fact, Dom volunteered to come on tonight. We were gonna just go, me and you, Murph, and I'm sure Dom don't mind us mentioning it, but Dom was chomping at the bit. So it makes me believe the last thing he said there is that he does enjoy this show, and that's awesome because you do see him pop in on Friday nights briefly in the chat, and it just shows he enjoys just talking ball, man, and that's all we've ever wanted to do. But also, like, me and you can only talk so much ball, so like having a guy like Dom come in and, like you said, teach us new guys.
Yeah, bringing the
Dude,
big brain in.
Dude,
It's always nice.
Saturdays are overwhelming, man. Like, there is 92 games on, and 87 of them are blowouts. I don't know who to watch, and a lot of times, whether you don't catch Dom during the week, follow him on Twitter, man, because he'll tell you who to watch. He'll tell you who to watch when, and yeah, chat. If you're not following him on Twitter, if you're not on Twitter, at least throw him a sub on YouTube. He's gonna have draft content. Here we are, Murph. It's midnight on the East Coast. I'm gonna pass the mic to you. Thoughts on DomC? Anything there? Thoughts on Jets Carolina? Anything there? Or I know you're winding down, so just give me your final thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know that we could ever harass Dom too early when it comes to draft content. That dude loves his draft. He loves it, man. He lives and eats and breathes that stuff. So, yeah, I think that we can never go too early on that. But yeah, Dom's a great guest. He always brings it, man. There's so much to take away. Like, I always have to rewatch the show, or at least like the part where Dom's in there spitting, just so I can like remember all these names of guys that he's dropping and traits to watch and things like that. That always helps. That always helps you get prepped a little bit and just like kind of have an idea of what you're looking for and what you're watching. So yeah, always good to have Dom on. And as far as the Jets and Carolina, this is a game where I think a lot of us had circled beginning of the year. Oh, yeah, that's one of our. Even the people that only had us at like 5 wins, like myself, that's a game. That's a game we're looking at. Looking at winning. Maybe some of us, including myself, feel a little less confident about that. But it still is a team that's not unbeatable. It's still a team that we can go in there and we can compete with potentially, and maybe be able to take the dub. Get our first one of the season. I'm going to sit here and tell you guys, I want that to happen. I don't know that I expect it to happen, but I want that to happen. I'm not a pro tanker. I'm a figure it out when we get to the draft kind of guy. Like, oops, we accidentally won an extra game or two. Oh well, figure it out. We'll throw some draft capital around. We'll figure it out. I'm not pro tanker. I want us to win. Let's go Jets. Let's go Jets. But we'll see how it goes. Not having Garrett hurts. It hurts bad, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. So I don't know. I'm actually more excited about this game than I have been the past few weeks. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
We just want 4 quarters competitiveness. You're in your own building. Can you just defend your turf? That's the bar. That's the thing, man. The bar is not high. It's not high, and we still haven't cleared it. So, Murph, I know you got to go, man. Appreciate you joining, or appreciate you hosting the show with me, man. Tonight, every Friday night. We'll see if Scott joins me. I might only be a few more minutes. Or Max. I heard Max asking for the call-in line. But anyways, man, have a good Saturday. And I know it's a tall order, but have a good Sunday too.
Yeah, that's the tough one right there. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I refuse to let the Jets ruin my Sundays anymore. Win or lose, I'm not gonna let them ruin my vibe. I want to enjoy my Sundays in the fall. I love the fall, and hopefully we just get some fun football to watch.
Amen, man. A freaking man. Later, Murph.
See you, fellas. Good night.
Peace. And that was your favorite co-host on Jets YouTube, Murph. Beast, man. Co-host of the year. I do need to go back through some of this chat, man. So bear with me. I also posted the call-in line. If anybody wants to join me, now would be the time to do so. I forget what show that's from, but threw that down there. Check that out. Let's see. I also got some stuff here that I wanted to bring up for you guys. We got to do our week 7 picks. Scott Foster, you're on notice, man. If you want to do these picks alongside me, you better be calling in soon. Otherwise, I'm doing them with the chat without y'all. But you know what? I do have something I can throw up here. Let me do this. Night Murph, as the chat says. Good night, Murph. Even though you're in, well, they call it wild and wonderful West Virginia. Enjoy it, man. All right. Let's see. Injury report. Week 7, 2025. Obviously. Let's peruse this real quick. So, Jets got a couple doubtfuls on the list. Cam Jones, Quantez Stigers, both with hips. Probably not going to play. But also, we can't bury the lead. None other Garrett Wilson. As you can see him down here in the middle of the screen, a DayngerZone special graphic added. Gumby is out. He's sad. He's waving to us on the sideline. No Garrett Wilson, most likely. I mean, does anybody think he's going to play? I think he's been ruled out today, as a matter of fact. So, well, I don't know. This says it was produced today, but could have swore I heard he's ruled out. Maybe it was the Glenn presser. Regardless, even if he's doubtful, he's not going to play. So, what is this offense going to look like? Chat, I want to know who prediction. Who leads the Jets in targets on Sunday? Who would I like it to be? Arian Smith. But he's not going to be. So if we need to win, I'd like it to be Brees too, but that won't happen either. Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor, most likely candidate. MC2, coming back from a concussion, quite possibly. Do we have a slot corner competition? Hey, if they throw MC2 out there to start right away, he better be on a short leash because Brownlee looked rather energetic out there, which is something we've lacked desperately. Energy. The rest of the guys should play. Weston, who? Yeah, special teamer. Josh Reynolds, hey, he's going to play. He might be wide receiver 1. Carolina, they got some things cooking down there. I think they're mostly full. Let's not kid ourselves. They're mostly going to be whole. Jalen Coker, I want to mention him though. He's coming back from IR. So he's been out a while. He is looking like he's going to play. Tet McMillan, we've talked about thoroughly tonight. So with T-Mac, Tet, Coker, they got some playmakers over there. There were times when I would laugh at that statement that Carolina has playmakers, that McMillan, Coker, and their running game would be playmakers. Dude, look at them compared to us. They look three times more electric than we do on paper on offense. So I think the big thing is going to be, can Fields outperform, not outpass, outperform Bryce Young? And they're not going head to head. Can Fields exploit the Panthers defense more than Bryce Young can exploit RD? Key to the game right there, man. But that's the injury report. Let me get that off the screen for a moment. I do have some other stuff too, but I'd be remiss if I ignored the chat. There are some chats coming in. Give me some shit to talk about, and I will. Also, last call here with the call-in line. Scott must have fell asleep. It's probably his bedtime. Poor guy. All right, let's see what y'all have to say here. Good night, Murph. Good night, Murph, for sure. We doing Pixie? Yeah. Jake, we are literally, as soon as I catch up in the chat, if I don't have a caller, we're going straight to picks. So get ready. Chris B says he's wearing his New York Jets Garrett Wilson shirt on Sunday. That's a solid choice, Chris. With or without him out there, you still got to support him, because wearing that shirt will ensure that he's not out longer than the bye. Mackle chimes in. He says, can't deny that Michael Carter has played good too. End quote. Bro, who is writing Glenn's scripts for the media? You know what? Full disclosure, I had to stop listening to Glenn Presser's daily. I really did. Because it's so frustrating. Yes, Johnny said it earlier. I don't know if it was this show or his own show. It is fun to see him tear the beat to shreds. But at the same time, there's a lot of answers that annoy me. And what annoys me more is the amount of fans who pour through every word. I'm not talking about UMAC. I'm talking about like the tank crowd and all that, or the Fire Glen crowd. Like at a certain point, if we're 0-6, maybe we don't have to catch every presser to get the gist. Maybe after losing a infuriating game, we don't have to watch every post game show and just revel in the disappointment. And that's kind of how I've been the last few weeks. If we lose on a Sunday, I'm not going to plug into 10 hours of post game assessments and emotions and all that. I'm going to wait. That's why I kind of liked the fact that this show is on a Friday, because the emotions have ran their course. Now we can like really look at the film, really assess what happened on Sunday, and give you a solid opinion and not just our hearts talking. We want to try to give you our brains more than our hearts. We'll try to give you both, don't get me wrong, but like by Friday, you're getting a much better ratio from a viewer perspective than if we had, you know, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm babbling. Best thing to do when you're babbling is to bring in a goat.
Yeah, I kind of look like an old billy goat these days.
What's up, dude? How are you doing?
I'm good. I think I heard a little birdie calling my name. I might have dozed off for a while there.
I thought you might have. Look at that hat. Look at that hat.
Yeah, I found it, Dane.
Dude.
I found it in the right size.
Hey, chat, let Scott know how is that hat. I love it. We talked some Oregon tonight too. We got DomC's thoughts on Kenyon Sadiq, Dante Moore. You'll have to go back and listen.
I caught some of the Dante Moore.
Okay.
So yeah. I hope Dante Moore stays in school another year. I think that was his opinion, right?
Yeah. It was his opinion. And I don't know that I hope that he comes to us anyway. So, so yeah, Mendoza. Hey, you know what? I'm not sold. We'll have the number 1 pick for one.
Yeah, there's a long way to go before that's determined.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. It's just funny because like so many people were preaching Mateer, last couple weeks. Moore, Mendoza, and Mateer, the 3 M's, and then Saturday Mateer throws 2 picks, and you can't. It's crickets on him.
The Miami quarterback threw 4 tonight. Can't remember his name. I think didn't he transfer from Georgia?
Carson Beck.
Yeah, Miami lost by the way, Dane.
4 picks.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Miami lost, so Ducks start moving back up again.
Wow, dude. Because that comes at a perfect time. It comes at a time where Jake says $2 super chat. Put on the Indiana hat, Scott.
You know what? I used to root for Indiana basketball. So
Bobby Knight.
Back in the Bobby Knight days. Yeah.
Did you like the movie Hoosiers?
I did. Sure. Who didn't like that?
Yeah, that was fucking good. That was good.
Oh.
Jake, we appreciate you, man. Yeah, Indiana, bad taste. You know what? It's sad because I felt like Oregon had them on the ropes.
Yeah, Oregon's defense was, and their offense wasn't great, but their defense was what surprised me. And I watched the last 3 minutes. I was looking at some properties and stuff that day, and so I had a lot of it on the radio. They just sounded like, I don't know, it sounded like they didn't show up. Sounded like they got pushed around on both lines of scrimmage, really.
They did. They did. And we were live texting during it. It wasn't their best performance. And you know what? Hey, that's the first game they lost in the regular season in damn near 2 years. So I couldn't even really say anything. Like,
Yeah, I know, but it was a big one, man. You know, a team coming across country. Yeah, I was surprised they didn't show up a little better than they did.
yeah, I don't disagree. That I will say that deep ball by Dante Moore early on was a beauty. But after that, I mean, you take that away, and he did nothing.
That's what it sounded like.
Murph, I'm seeing an older Chad. He's probably in bed now, asleep, probably catching REM by now, knowing him. I wanted to ask you though. I think it was meant for me because he knew I was alone. He was gonna serve me up a nice one. But I think the more I look at this question, the more I think that's a question. Um, who is the better running back? Says Murph, Brees Hall or Rico Dowdle. What do you think, Scott?
Well, the last 2 weeks, it's Rico Dowdle, but are we ever going to see that out of him again?
If you went into a dark room, I don't know the metaphor I'm looking for. Just go with
Who would
me.
I pick?
Yeah, and you got to pick one running back to come out with. Who you taking?
Well, I'm taking Brees. But
so am I, believe it or not.
yeah, but Dowdle's got my attention now. No question about it.
Yeah. And Crispy says it, Murph, great question, but like he looked good. Yeah, Dowdle looked good at times in Dallas too. It's just scary because like so did Tony Pollard, and then he moves on. Who knows, man? It's like you're either a great running back, or you're in that fat middle. I don't think either of them are great. They are both in that fat middle. So whatever.
Well, and Dowdle has played against 2 poor run defense teams these last 2 weeks.
Yep.
But you know what? They gave him, I think he had 30 carries last week.
Yeah, that's hey, he was cooking, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, and it's a shame down there because like they drafted Jonathan Brooks, he tears like he had a torn ACL.
Yeah.
They had Chuba Hubbard. They extended him mid-season last year, and thinking that they'd have both of them this year, and they had neither. Like, and then Dowdle comes in, he steps like. They got to sort out that running back room long term, but that's keeping this offense going. So I don't know if you want to chime in on that or if you want to talk like, can we stop that?
Well,
Thoughts?
okay. First, I want to say I'd like to see 30 carries out of Brees this weekend. But also, man, the defense looked good. As bad as the offense looked, the defense looked good last week. So
Definitely.
You know, I'm not going to act like I follow Carolina that closely. I don't think offensively they've been great running the ball until these last couple games. Now, are they that good, or was it the opponents? Probably a little bit of both. But you know, I've been saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I think this is the Jets' first win this week. I picked this one to be win number 1 preseason. Don't throw tomatoes at me, but it's what I did, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, credit to you because I didn't think that we had a puncher's chance of going 0-6. And not only did you, but you put your eggs in that basket, and here we are. I don't know how badly you want to take that victory lap because it's kind of self-inflicted, but
there's no guarantee it's going to be a victory lap either. But I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, true. We might be looking at 2026, and I don't mean week 18.
Well, you know what? I think And I'm not going to look at the schedule, but I think I kind of have an idea of who they play and where. But I think this might really be their best chance at a win the rest of the season. This one and the home game against Miami are probably their two best chances. I don't look at Cleveland as an easy win because that defense can ball out.
Yep.
And Judkins can run the ball. After last night, I'm not looking at Cincinnati as an easy win. And then even going to New Orleans, they've been playing people tough. Especially, I think that game is in New Orleans, right?
I'm bringing it up now. I'm sure the chat will tell us too. That is in New Orleans, correct?
Yeah, that's no gimme. People talk like it is, but how can anyone assume any game for the Jets is a gimme at this point? Let's just be honest there.
Right.
But yeah, I think this one and the home game against Miami are the two best chances for wins. Not that they won't get more than that, but the two best chances. Atlanta's
yeah, good.
Isn't Atlanta on here somewhere? Yeah. That'll be tough. I think a lot of people were picking an easy win against Jacksonville in the preseason. Patriots. So the schedule doesn't seem, this part of it to me, meaning the last half of the season and these next couple games, don't feel as easy as they felt preseason. You know what I mean? So
what did you while I have you here, we're getting to the picks. The chat's ready to make the picks. I mean, I guess I can hit some of it after, but the fact that Jake mentions it here, I want to ask you about it. Thoughts on the -10 passing yard full game?
Well, that was as ugly as can be, but I am going to remind Jake that the defense they're facing this week is not the defense they faced last week. And literally, I'd like to see the Jets have 40 runs.
Yeah.
If the defense can play like they did, they can do that. And just, a low scoring, lots of punts, that's fine. Don't turn the ball over, run the ball, win 14-13 or 13-10.
If we got, at the end of the day, and Chad, I want to hear your thoughts on this too. Say we have 40 rushes. How do you want to see them split?
30 Brees. Well, okay. 25 Brees. 10 Davis. 5 Fields on called runs. Okay. Now
design runs.
Design runs. Now, I think Fields is most dangerous when it's just a passing play that he takes off on. So I'm not going to count those. I'm calling called running plays.
Okay, so, you're not counting those. Okay, all right, fair. So it could be more than 40 for you.
Yeah, it could, like right there. Mackle's saying it could be 20, 10, and 10. Well, I'm thinking even more like 25, 10, and 10, or 30, 5, and 10. Maybe Brees gets more carries, but Davis catches a few more passes. I don't know. I think it's going to have to be a big running back and running game.
The things I would kill to see Davis get 10 carries.
Well, you know what? And
that's a joke.
No, it's not a joke. Come on, I know. But I want to see it. Like, I want to see more carries earlier in the game. A lot of his touches sometimes when the game's kind of over or out of reach. I want to see it, not in garbage time, not a draw play on 3rd and long where it's easy yards. I want to see him really have to, kind of be the guy. And because they need to know, are you right now, if you're someone, and I think you are, but if you're someone thinking that Brees won't be a Jet next year, you need to know what Davis has to offer, because who knows how the health of Agent Zero, who knows how he bounces back. And where's Murph? Murph skated out of here before the picks. I don't blame him.
He did tell me he's got some father duties to do early. I think he's going like to a pumpkin patch or apple picking or something,
All right, gotta excuse him for that.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. We need to see what Davis is and not in garbage time. Also, would it hurt to find out what Brees is? Because like he has these great games, but I wonder like was it the defense and like I want to know, are his great games great because of him? Or are they great because great was given to us and nobody else gets an opportunity before halftime? Like, you know what I mean? I need to know how much better than a Jag Brees is performing. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah.
Well, I think we know what he is. I think he's kind of overrated by Jets fans, but I also think he's a good back. But I'm surprised he hasn't hit more home runs the last couple years, because that's kind of who he is.
Let me ask you something, Scott. We're 6 weeks in. How many games do you see here under 3 yards a carry?
I see 3.
Okay. How many games do you see above 5?
I see 3.
Dude, if this was a heart monitor, boop, 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 like, do you, and I think this is proving both of our points. It's like, how can you assess this? How?
Well, I'd want to see other running backs put up there just to see how it compares.
Yes.
I don't know that this is highly unusual, but I wouldn't swear to that until I saw other people's stats. What I don't want to see is like the Bills game and the Buccaneers game where they just abandoned the run. I mean, he had 19 carries those 2 games. And I know Agent Zero was probably getting a few carries without looking back at the stats, but he's not here. So Brees needs to have 25 to 30 touches this weekend.
Yeah. Without Garrett.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And maybe he should lead. Maybe he should lead the team in receptions and have a few less carries, and maybe Davis has a few more carries. I don't know, but I just want to see them insist on the run, even if it's not working at first, because and I'm not going to call the Jets a great running team because they haven't been. I think we all assumed they were going to be this year. Some of it is game script, but don't give up on it too fast. Force it down their throat.
Jake chimes in. He says Brees is instantly a top 5 running back on a real team. He is really good. Thoughts?
I'm pretty sure I can pick 5 running backs I would prefer to have over Brees. And I'm not going to say the Jets are a good team. Sure, if they could throw the ball better, it would help his running. But the Jets have a good offensive line. It's not like watching Saquon for the Giants where he was always getting hit in the backfield, that sort of thing. But you might be right. If he was on a team that could throw the ball, I don't know if I'd still call him a top 5, but he'd be more effective. But
I haven't seen him either. Like, I feel like, man, I wish I could. I wish I controlled his game plan, or you. Like, I feel like we all know what he can't do, and yes, you can't just telegraph it. But also, I feel like there's ways around it. Is all I'm saying. Like, use 2 back sets for one. Use 2 split backfield. Don't run him up the middle very often, but if you do, be creative with it. Counters, other shit. Use fields, RPO. Like, I don't know, man. I do want to see more screens out of him. I want to see more drag routes, more like the short shit out of him. I don't want to see him try to be Saquon Barkley out there as a receiver. Saquon's another animal. But I do want to see the ball in his hands when he has space, when he can get ahead of steam. Then, if he was exclusively able to do that, you might be able to put him in top 10 territory. But if he has to take what he's doing now, or if he has to take what I just mentioned and inside runs, draw plays and shit with it as a combo, fringe top 20 for me. So that's the thing. Like, the challenge is his touches being the best for his skill set. We need to get a higher percentage of his touches with what he does well than currently, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, it makes sense. You want to get him in space. And that is where he is at his best. Is he not breaking many tackles?
I could tell you
without looking at stats. And I don't feel like last year I remember watching thinking, is he running with his eyes closed? Because there were times there were holes that should have been visible to him. And he just, he was missing them.
Well, I do know for a fact, like a week or two ago, I had a next gen stat. It was basically take a team's RB1, wide receiver 1, and tight end 1, or RB1, wide receiver 1, QB. It was some 3-headed monster. And when you took ours and compared it to other teams, we were like breaking no tackle. We were like 30th in the league in broken tackles. So I think that kind of, yeah.
Garrett Wilson's not a tackle breaker.
No.
Not who he is.
Correct.
So that doesn't mean a whole lot. You want your running back to be able to break tackles, though.
True. You know what? Let's get into it. I feel like we've waited too long already. That's my fault. Let me drop it here.
For the picks. Okay, give me just a minute.
Slow down. Yeah, okay. All right. I was just gonna say I thought you were gonna
say I gotta throw some wood on the fire or it's gonna go out. So I'll be right back.
Scott, deal with your wood. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Chat, I want to get to you because I'm sorry. When I get with Scott, we're chomping at the bit. Hopefully, you guys don't take it as a slight if I miss a couple of your good comments. Because honestly, I'm looking down there and most of you are chatting amongst yourselves as well. I appreciate that. But, another thing too is if I miss something good you said and you really want to get it across, send it again, man. Send it again because I'm trying to stay at the bottom. A lot of people stay back where they were and then they're missing the live engagement. And I'm the opposite. I try to stay live because some of you guys get one-liners in that are hilarious and yeah, whatnot. So do not hesitate to send the same thing twice, just to make sure that it gets seen. We are going to do our picks while Scott is away. What I want to do, and this is just a preview here of the picks we're going to get to shortly. Some of you were not here when I did this the first time, so I'm going to drop it now. The standings. Let me give Scott his flowers while he's nowhere to be found, so I don't have to revel in his glory. No, I'm just kidding. We'll get back to the. There you go. There's Scott.
I can still hear it. Let's go.
Scott, you know what? I had a 1-game lead on you and Murph last week, correct?
Yep.
And as you can see here on the standings, to the right column, hopefully I did all this math right. Hey, you got chatters, you're relying on me for a lot of data. So I tried to be accurate here. If I miss anything, let me know. But not only did I command a 1-win lead and I let you guys know it last week, you came back in response with the greatest performance this channel has seen to date. 11-3, man.
And you know what? Going into Monday night, I was 11-1.
Yes, you were. And weren't you like 8-0 or 9-0?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I got off to a good start. Who were the Monday night games?
Oh fuck. Yeah, you're putting me on the spot.
I think I was 11-1, but oh wait, no, I think I picked the Chiefs over Detroit, right? Was that one of the games?
Me and you did, and Murph chose Detroit.
Maybe I missed the other one. I don't remember who it is now.
Bills Falcons.
Yeah, I definitely picked the Bills. No question about that. So
Bears Commanders.
Oh, you know what's funny? I picked the Commanders in ours, but then I did. Well, I think I told you about the little parlay. I took the Bears on the money line and pulled it off, last second. Oh, by the way, I hit a 6-legger last night on that game, but I only bet $5. Yeah, I only bet $5, but it paid 140, so it's all right.
Hey, not bad, man. What is that, like plus 2,000?
I don't even remember now. I guess I could look it up, but it was Rodgers over like 225. Flacco over 250. The Pittsburgh running back over 60 or something, and then the 3 main receivers over and over, and they all did it. So it all worked.
Oh yeah, man. But scan over. So we've chopped it up over. Hey, we got to get more data, is what I'm trying to say. But what I want to ask you is the top 5 chatters down below. What are the first things? Like, what are your first takes looking at this data now?
On those guys? Well, Jake is doing well, but you know what? I only see 14 games picked. Are they cherry picking? I don't know.
You know what? Jake did chime in, and he said he's going to catch you. He came in late to this.
I'm up for the challenge. I don't know. Bill M's looking pretty good too.
Yeah, you know what? We got some, and not only are they looking good, look at their week 6s, man. If it wasn't for your week, we would be commending them, I think.
Yeah, I mean they 3 of them outdid you and Murph.
Facts. That's the takeaway. Yes. Because last week, if you remember, us 3 were like way above the chat. Now, all of a sudden, me and Murph are on notice. Murph did send me his picks. I received them, but I didn't look at them one bit. I'll leave it up to you whether you want me to announce who he chose or we'll just, skip it.
That's up to you. It won't influence my picks.
And also, I just wanted to shout out because that's the top 5 chatters, all above 500, mind you. So shout out Jake, Bill M, Adirondack Fly Guy, Modine, who I haven't seen tonight. Scott's on screen now though, so Modine should be circling in soon.
Come on, Mo.
And MC May Z or McMays. I don't know. Tell us what you want to be called verbally. I like to think that he's an MC. He's a rapper, and his name's Maisie, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. That's a good call.
But
well, I'm going to say, with no point spreads, we should all be above 500. Now, you want to make it really interesting, throw the point spreads in, and that's a different sort of challenge there.
Facts. Let's look though, because they weren't the only ones. Those top 5 were not the only participants. I wanted to shout out these people as well. While they aren't 500, they've still been active participants, as you can see. I mean, a few. It's hard for people to make every show. So like JT, Snowball, JD, Havmo, they didn't make it last week, so they're still where they were before. But Mackle was above 500 last week. He's working his way back. 471. Wild Wave, got to hear from you, man. And if you're listening to this late, you can comment after the show your picks. Please do. Crispy, I have a feeling Crispy is going to be making a comeback now. We'll see.
So, Boy. For all these people, even if you don't make the show, send them in.
Yes.
Dan will still get them on the board.
Even if you want to do it like the night before the stream, just go to last week and say, hey, here's the week 7 picks, and I'll get them, man. So just put it anywhere on the channel. You will be recorded. You got to do it before the games kick off. Please do. Because once they kick off, I can't count it. And you have to be clear. You can't say, oh, Flacco's going to have 500 yards, and that's all you say. I'm not going to assume that means that the Bengals win. I'm not. You have to say Bengals win. And the same with you and the guys in the chat now. You can't say, oh, Atlanta's going to be spectacular, and that's all you say all night. I'm not going to count that as an Atlanta dub. You got to put it. And it's better if you put it while we're talking about it, but hey,
and you can't just pick the easy games.
Yeah, that either, or I'm gonna say, hey, you don't count until you get to X amount of games guessed, because we're starting to accumulate some data. It's gonna be hard to put you above people with 50 games picked if you only have 3. So, just be common sense, man. Common sense is the main thing. We don't expect you to pick every game like me, Scott, and Murph, but you can get some games in, even if it's 5 a week. So, anyways, we saw one last night. Great game. We can talk about it after. We'll skip it for now. We're going left to right again.
Well, I gotta say one thing, Dane. I'm glad we're not picking on the Thursday night games, because I think I've missed every one of them. At least since we started doing this, I miss every one of the Thursday games, probably because I've been taking the road team or something. I don't know.
Well, you know what? Someone said it in the chat. Sorry. Oh, Wild Wave, welcome, brother. We're getting to the picks. Someone said it, like, I think it was Mackle. He's like, yeah. He says, my analysis of this NFL season is almost every matchup is a toss-up. Kind of is. It kind of is. And last night, especially, who knew, like, Flacco was going to cook like that? I mean, we all knew it was possible, but who's going to bank on it?
Well, I mean, really, who knew that the Steelers were going to have no defense? I don't know if I've ever seen a Steelers defense look that bad, ever.
That was bad. Dude, even Chase, after having 20 targets, was still wide open on the last 3.
Oh, it's crazy. And they got, I think in the second quarter, they had doubled their yards per game rushing already. But
Yeah,
Steelers defense is overrated, and probably they're. I think if they're being honest with us, they would say they're kind of regretting the TJ Watt contract.
Jake says he went 10-4, and you all laughed at me on Atlanta. I'm coming for you, buddy. I announced my pick first every time last week.
Well, I don't know what that means. I can't see him,
No.
But hey, Jake, I missed 3.
Yeah, he did. Scott did.
Come on, bring it. Bring it.
Bring it. There you go. Bring it is the moral of the story here. Let's go. To see, we should have got a fantasy league going, but honestly I feel like this is more prime for shit talk because we're like doing it live. Fantasy people draft and then they just set and nobody talks all year.
We could, I mean, we could still set up numerous different things for 10 weeks. I'm about to, next week, I'm in a draft for a guillotine league that'll just go like for 9 weeks.
You know, the way my fantasy teams are going, I might be a little more inclined to just to start something late. Golly.
Yeah. Guillotine leagues are kind of cool. I don't know if you've ever done one of those. They're interesting. They're one team, the lowest scorer gets chopped out of the league every week, and then you bid on the players that were on that team.
Their roster. Yeah. How late can you do it?
What do you mean? Like in the season?
Yeah. Like start it.
You could probably start it with 3 weeks left if you wanted to. So you just need to have, as many weeks as participants, or one more week than participants. Probably you don't want to, try not to include week 18, but I'm in one. I think we do. We have 9 people, so it's 8 weeks.
All right, let's get into it. Jake's saying he stayed up exclusively for this segment. Had to get Murph the hell out of here. Had to get DomC out of here. Had to get my buddy Scott in here. Now we're ready, guys. The moment you've all been waiting for. Time to be heard, and not just heard live, but heard indefinitely with our standings being recorded. London. We saw how London affected the last game. It kind of evened things. So I want to ask you, Scott, the Rams and the Jags in London, what do you think?
Man, with Puka out, it's a tough one, but I think I'm going to go Rams.
Rams.
I think I'm gonna go Rams. They're my NFC Super Bowl pick, so I gotta stick with them.
You know what? If I don't read Murph's selection, we're not gonna have a lone wolf tonight.
Oh,
Scott.
okay.
So do I need to? Should I bring in Murph's?
Yeah, do yours and then Murph's.
Okay. All right. Well, I am also going Rams. I am not a believer in Trevor Lawrence at all. Sunshine. Yeah, not it. Jags are like a miniature international team, I feel like. So it's not like they're going to be out of this game. I think they're there, but Stafford, dude. Stafford, I've come around on these last few years, even more so than I had before. And I feel like even without Puka, look out Whittington is all I'm saying. I think Whittington, Devontae Adams, gonna have Stafford won't miss a beat.
I'm hoping it's Lookout Adams. You know, him and Stafford have kind of been having a tough time getting on the same page. But maybe this will force them to do it.
Jake goes Rams, Chris B, Amid Jaguars.
Ooh.
Wild Wave, I that's a Ram. Yeah, Wild Wave, you're testing my vision. Too late.
Well, and this whole weird name thing now bugs me because I don't know who some of the people are.
Hey, I beg you guys to go into your Google settings, update your ad names if you'd like, because I cannot figure out how to switch it. But yeah, we got the chat involved. Let's see what Murph did. Okay, you know what? And I'm gonna try to get this over to maybe our screen as well. That would make it easier.
I have a feeling Murph's going lone wolf on this one. Just a feeling. No,
he is not.
Okay.
We are a consensus Rams panel.
And I said that because he picked, and he got it right, Jacksonville over Kansas City, if you recall.
I do recall that.
Yeah.
So, we're in unison for London. On to the next. Chad, I got your answers. I am not recording them yet. I will come back to this segment because it's just too much to do at once. But, you know what, Scott, do you want to announce the next one while I get Murph's picks on screen?
Sure. Oh, let's see who we got next. The Saints travel to Chicago. Yeah, you know, Saints are playing their ass off. They're playing harder than they are good, I think. But they have been playing teams tough. I'm gonna go with the Bears. I'm gonna, keep their streak alive.
As the chats roll in, you know, I kind of was impressed with old fingernails last week, but you know who I'm more impressed with? Spencer Rattler. So
he's playing good ball, and he's keeping their high draft choice on the bench.
Yes, he is. So I am gonna chance the fact that I'm a lone wolf on this.
Woo.
I'm gonna go Saints on the road.
The Saints are gonna come marching in.
Let's see what Murph has to say. Murph goes Saints.
Did he not go in order? Where the hell is it?
Yeah, he didn't go in order. What a jerk. What a jerk.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. So I'm the lone wolf. Ow!
Yes. And
Good.
you're the lone wolf with the Bears, and the chat is all with you.
Well, they're obviously smarter than you guys.
I love it. I love it. They just might be. Hey, some of them are. We've proven that tonight already. Some of them are. Let me get this the way I want it. Okay. Let me see how I can figure this out here. You know what? That's not bad. We could deal with that, right? All right. So, next up, we have the shit show that is the Miami Dolphins going up to Ohio, a place I used to call home. The Cleveland Browns, Dylan Gabriel. Oh, Scott, you know what? I feel like I've let you pick the the last few. I'm going to go first this time. Ooh, tough one. But I think our Duck quarterback wins in his own building. I'm going to go Dylan Gabriel, and I do think he throws multiple touchdown passes. Call me crazy.
hopefully to Harold Fannin Jr.
Yes.
Oh, and coming in late, Mackle went with the Saints.
Hey, all right, Mac. Well, you know what's up. We're taking the throne back from Scott this week.
I'm going with the Browns because I think maybe their defense can dominate it. And I heard the weather might be bad, but I think, well, I'm hoping for a big game out of Judkins against that
Yeah.
Miami run defense.
But you're picking Miami.
No, I'm picking the Browns.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Yeah.
So Cleveland for both of us. Murph went Cleveland as well. So we're in lockstep.
Yep. I think.
Um,
There's one Dolphins. Amid picked the Dolphins.
Wild
Chris?
Wave as well.
Really? Oh, is that what that is? A little dolphin?
Yep.
Chris is picking a good low scoring Browns win.
Yeah, this view is working for us, I think. We can see just about everything.
Yeah, Mackle, him and a few other people cost me a close loss. Him and who else? Diggs and another one of my receivers.
One thing to note here too, like, and you teased it, but like David Njoku is out.
Is he officially out now?
He's officially out. Fannin Jr. though, I don't think that matters one bit because Dylan Gabriel probably working with 2s and 3s all summer. He is like this with Harold Fannin Jr. Excuse me.
I do worry though that if it is a nasty weather game, the little guy probably has smaller hands, might have a hard time, but quick pop passes to Fannin. I mean, he's mostly a short pass in kind of in the middle of field sort of guy anyway so far. But we'll see.
Okay, so chat is cooking. Keep cooking, chat. We're getting to all your picks as well. But next up, we have a recent dynasty on our hands, and most likely a Raiders team without Bowers again. If they do get Bowers in there, he's probably a decoy. Still feel like he's banged up. Trust me, I know this because I'm counting on him in Dynasty, and he's given me nothing for a month. The Raiders going into Arrowhead. I know who I'm picking, Scott, so you're not going to sway me by going first. Would you like to?
Sure. Yeah, one of the great all-time AFL and NFL rivalries right here. And we've seen the Raiders pull off a couple miracles against a better team the last few years, and near miracles, but I don't see it this year. Give me the Chiefs, who are welcoming back one of their receivers. What's Rice? Rice will be back this week.
Rasheed Rice, you are right. Rice,
Yep.
and they've really gotten some of those other receivers they have going as well. Just got to get that running game going still. I mean, it's gotten better, but it's not all the way there. Chiefs for me as well. And it does look like, according to my 2015 vision, that Murph went Chiefs as well. So we are, again, unanimous. Chat also unanimous. I don't see a single Raiders selection. I don't blame them, so I'm not going to hunt very, very hard there.
No, that'd be definitely picking an upset.
Although, chat, that's a good way for you to catch up if you just want to pick the Raiders here. Wink.
Yep. Yeah, remember that, Dane. What was it?
Yeah.
Murph gave us an easy one last week.
Oh, what was it? I feel like he picked the Bengals.
He picked the Bengals over the Packers, I think.
Yeah, correct.
He just missed that one by a week.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But Flacco on like 3 days. I mean, hey, that's ballsy.
I know. Yep.
All right. So, yep, the chat, as you know, if you canceled out the 10 or 15-second delay, Crispy was all over that. Bengals, Packers. All right. Eagles, chat, Scott. Eagles at Skull. That could be the game of the week. I have not looked ahead one bit. I'm reading them one at a time, but I feel like Eagles Vikings could be the game of the week.
Yeah, that's a tough one to pick.
It's very tough. And I did hear McCarthy is out. Wentz is starting.
Well, for me, that makes it tougher. I don't think McCarthy is much for sure now. I don't know that he ever will be. Boy. Oh, man. I'm starting to wonder if the Eagles, remember a couple years ago when the Eagles just fell apart after the Jets beat their ass, I think.
I do remember that.
And I'm starting to worry that the same thing's happening earlier in the season. They look like shit against the Giants. I'm gonna go Eagles. Last hope. We'll see if they're a championship type of team, which they've proven to be. They need to bounce back. So give me the Eagles on the road.
We have several Viking selections in the chat, but before I even let you speak, Scott, I was already set on the road in a tough environment. I'm still going with the defending champs. Yeah. Like you said, man, burn me one more time, different story.
Yeah.
But Carson Wentz, here's the other thing. Like the Eagles, the last time I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but the last time I watched them, their defense looked terrible. But I feel like a lot of it had to do with Quinyon Mitchell being ruled out like in the first quarter.
I think he's out again this week, isn't he?
He might be, but I think it makes a bigger difference when it's that early in a game and you haven't prepared for it, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. At the same time, Justin Jefferson, if Quinyon's out and they have like it's going to be a game. It's going to be a field goal game probably. I'm still going Eagles.
You get Bill dropping a whole bunch of games in there.
Murph, I hear him howling.
Oh, Minnesota for Murph. And that wouldn't surprise me. You know, if the Raiders win, that'll surprise me. If Minnesota wins this, it won't surprise me. And I'll kind of kick myself thinking, yeah, why'd you go with the Eagles again?
I will say Murph has my favorite pen maybe of all time there. Just a fun fact. That's a good one. Maybe next to the Pilot G2.
Wow, you're a pen connoisseur, are you?
All right. Chat, got your answers in the bank. If you haven't already, clearly state who you're picking in each game. If you're not sure if you articulated it perfectly, you can throw it in the chat or the comment section after the stream. But next, you know what? We're skipping the Jets. We're going to do that last. We do that every week. So, Patriots at Titans. I don't think we have to say a whole lot, but thoughts on this one, Scott?
Well, you know what? I got to say it. Patriots are looking like they're doing something right. Like they're definitely on the up. I would hate it more if it was Belichick and Brady, but yeah, I've got to go with the Patriots, especially Vrabel going back into Tennessee. Man, he'll have those guys ready to play, and in Tennessee, who knows what's going on with them, with firing their coach and all. But yeah, give me the Patriots.
You know, before I give mine, I just want to ask your thoughts on this strategy here out of Jake. He says give him the Eagles because everyone else took the Vikings down there.
Yeah, you know what? That's I think you and I both took the Eagles, right? Yeah. Well,
Thoughts on that as a strategy, though?
Well, that's the way to pick, on the games that are more iffy or 50-50, whatever. That's the way you can pick up games on people. But I just look at it, I try to do what my brain tells me to do. I haven't always done that my whole life. But it's never too late to start.
Hey, I like that out of you, Scott. Yeah, I don't. I full transparency. I may not pick the Titans all year. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
be. I'm not gonna pick them perfectly, but I'm not gonna pick them and they're gonna lose. I just won't. I won't catch their wins. Even in their own building. You're right. Patriots. I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't a 7-point spread. I have no idea, but
Yeah. Hey, here's full transparency, and you, I think, might know this. I picked in the last man standing league. I had Arizona over Tennessee, and I don't know how the hell Arizona figured out how to lose that game, but they did. That was brutal.
you pick against the Titans the rest of the year, you could be 12-2. Like, you know.
Okay, who's drafting first, the Titans or the Jets? And by first, I don't mean necessarily first, but just ahead of each other.
The Titans.
I think I'd agree with you.
And I'm not saying that as a Jet fan. I'm saying that as a football fan.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And they just, I mean, they just fired Callahan.
Did his dad walk with him?
I believe so. I believe it's both of them.
Man, there's a good offensive line coach that's available right there. Oh shit.
Possibly a goated one, you know.
Yeah.
Wild Waves dropping the emojis. Can you drop a goat for old Bill Callahan?
Is Wild Chew, whatever that says, is that Wild Wave?
That is.
Okay.
We got a Tennessee pick.
Really?
Wild Wave.
Wow.
You know what? He says why though.
Why? Because fuck Boston.
Yeah.
I respect that.
We were talking about a wide receiver prospect with DomC, and his last name was Boston, and Wild Wave was not for it at all. He said, "Nope, with a name like Boston, fuck that."
Who's the receiver out of Ohio State? Named he was good for a while. Daryl, was it Daryl Boston?
Was it David?
David Boston. Yeah, that sounds
I
right.
feel like, yeah.
And he just kept, I think that dude was on steroids big time because he just kept getting bigger and bigger. And anyway.
Did he went to New England or? I feel like there was a Boston.
He was Arizona, I think, right? That's who drafted him. And I think he kind of he had a couple good years and faded out, I think, if I recall correctly.
Oh yeah, Jake says David Boston on Arizona.
But I think he might have bounced around to a few teams after that.
Probably, as they normally do, like Malachi Corley.
Oh yeah, you get to root for him now on the Browns.
I got the name right, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know why I linked him to Patriots. Anyways, we got the Jackson Dart era. So back to back weeks, Denver, state you're from. No, a state you're in, Scott.
Yep.
Playing another team that shares a stadium with a team we love. New York Giants going into Denver, who's coming all the way across the world back home. Does that matter to you?
I don't think they were happy with their performance, at least on the offensive side of the ball. I think we'll see a better outing by them. So give me the Broncos.
And without spending too much time on it, I agree. I think it's a bounce back game for them. I mean, Johnny Boy was in here talking a whole bunch of dart mess, as you
Oh
can
yeah.
imagine. As you can imagine. No, he was to the mind though that Dart wouldn't be doing this if he was a Jet. But I tried telling him, what is Dart doing? Like, he has 500 yards in 3 games.
Well, I'd say what's the big difference between the teams? I mean, he might have a better opportunity to do well with the Jets. Think about it. When I don't think he's played with their number one receiver that got hurt. I think
Neighbors.
Did Neighbors get hurt his first game? He got early on in the game, so he's hardly even played with a number one receiver.
True.
You know.
And who are you comparing him against? I mean, you could put Jameis Winston above what we're dealing with over here.
Well, I'm not putting him in the Hall of Fame yet, but
yeah,
he might do better with the Jets than with the Giants. I don't know.
Would he do worse?
Possibly. I mean, okay. Here's my thought on the Jets and their offense. I don't know what Engstrand is really capable of scheming up and doing, because I don't think he has a quarterback that he can, fully do everything he wants to do with.
Correct.
So Dart can run. Dart runs really well, and many throws. So he might be able to do more with Dart than with Fields for sure. But I also don't know that Engstrand's any better at coming up with a scheme than Dable is. So
you're right. You're right about one thing though. It's like, how do we know about Engstrand? Because how do you add a second layer to this offense when they can't master the first?
Yeah, it appears to me they don't trust Fields. Which did they watch any of his game film from his career? I mean, I kind of feel like this was like a what's the word I'm looking for? Just like Aaron Glenn had a crush on him because he had a couple. We talked about this way back. He had a couple great games against Detroit, mostly running the ball. And maybe the AG had a crush on him or has a crush on him because of that. But I mean, he limits your passing game as not like that's a big shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but it's even worse than it was. That's kind of the scary thing.
We deviated. We talked a little Jets, and it got the chat a little bit fired up. Mackle says, I don't know how we can make excuses for Engstrand and Glenn when they continue to defend Fields when he plays like absolute trash. The thing is, he played so bad. I think he played worse than anyone ever Like
Well,
terrible.
twice this year. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember the Buffalo game thinking that might be the worst quarterback performance I've ever seen. And then there was last week. But you know what?
And
I'm not going to put it on Engstrand at this point because I guarantee you it's not his decision who the quarterback is.
right. Right. And also, like, well, I don't want to deviate too much. I'm going Broncos. A lot of the chat has picked already as well. A lot of them went Broncos. However, Jake said he found the game he's going to beat us on. He's going Giants.
That away, Jake.
Um,
That away.
if you don't mind, buy me 1 minute. Can you announce the next one and make your pick, and I'll be right back.
Sure. All right. We got an ex-Giant, Danny Dimes, heading into LA to play the former San Diego Chargers, now the LA Chargers. This could be a tough one. This could be a tough one. Oh, I see some Colts coming up here. Oh, Mackle went Giants for the last one. All right, good to see some different teams getting picked. I'm going Chargers. I'm going Chargers at home. Maybe if this was in Indianapolis, I would go the other way, but give me the Chargers. Chris has the Colts. All right, Chris. Good call. Oh, okay, Chris. That's Chris twice. Chris is picking a good game. Mackle going Colts. All right, this one was kind of 50-50, looks like. We'll see what Dane and Murph. I'll look up Murph right here. Okay, Murph's going Indianapolis. Wow. So maybe Dane will make me the lone wolf again. Yeah, Chargers are awful injured right now, but I think they're still going to be able to handle it. We're looking about a 50-50 split on this game, Dane.
All right. I didn't hear anything said. Is it Indy and shellacking the Chargers?
Yeah, that's it. I took the Chargers.
Even at behest of Charles Gorman-led Colts?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Charles. He's probably wishing he never did that for the video.
Oh man, why can we get Amarion Hampton back, please? Just for the betterment of football, make that team exciting. Who the hell is Vidal? Nobody wants to see Vidal carrying the ball. At least as a Hampton owner, I don't want to see that anymore. Oh shit! You know what? Chargers. Bar none. I'm going Chargers.
All right, Murph.
Let's see what he
Lone
did.
Wolf again.
Is
Murph
he?
from Indianapolis.
I feel like he's been on the Colt bandwagon lately. Maybe there was Colts in Arizona last week. I forget, but I feel like he picked the Colts then as well.
I think we all did, didn't we?
You know what? I wish I brought that data. I should have.
I did, and it was close. It was a
till
close
the end,
play.
I think.
Yeah.
Yes, Jake says this one has no right answer till Sunday. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep it going because I know Jake's staying up late for this. I know a few of you others are as well. Wild Wave submits his answer. He says Chargers. Chris is right. He says tough picks, hard games. Yeah, this week is tough. This is where we're going to separate the men from the boys. and I think we will again these next couple picks. These next couple games are difficult as well. But let's start with this. Packers at a team we just talked about, Cardinals. Personally, I'm going to go Packers here. I'm not going to elaborate too much. Even on the road, I don't, tie goes to the home team when it comes to me. I feel like this isn't a tie. I'm going to go Packers, but talk to me, Scott.
Yeah, I gotta go Packers. I'm a little. I'll tell you what. After 2 weeks, they look like the best team in the league, but they have been fading. But I'm going Packers. Arizona's injured too. Harrison might not play. We already see they got ex-Jets playing running back for them. And they're just the Arizona Cardinals on top of all that. So give me the Packers.
I like it. Yeah, Jake says it. This one's quick. Wild Wave, Packers. Amid, Packers. Jake, Green Bay. Mackle, appreciate you, brother. Have a good night. You can put it in the comments or you can just rattle them off here in the chat. We will get it down for you. Yeah, I don't see a single Cardinal pick.
Is that the first one? I don't remember anybody picking the Raiders.
Correct. Yeah, nobody picked the Raiders either.
Murph went with Green Bay.
Can you read Jake's newest comment, Scott?
Well, he said "fuck you" to me. That's not very nice. But yeah, but it is kind of funny that it's two ex-Jets leading the way right now in the backfield.
Bam. You are right. After that first week, I'm kind of surprised they named Bam the starter.
Yeah, I know. Me too. And I thought it was going to be that DeMarcado guy, which kind of screwed me in a fantasy league, especially because he didn't score that touchdown.
Yeah, that whole running game. I mean, there's a lot of running back rooms across the league that are banged up, unsorted. I mean, we talked about the Chargers a minute ago, what they're dealing with. Now we're talking about Arizona. You could talk about the Jets the same way. You got the trade deadline. It could get even murkier. The next guy we're going to talk about, Bill McCroskey Merritt, fumbling the ball. Yeah, it's just a lot of uncertainty at the position. But yeah, unanimous. Chris said it best. Unanimous Packers. Jake, if you want to go Cardinals here, now's the time.
And Jake, I didn't feel like you were attacking me. Don't worry about it, my man.
Yeah, we're not sensitive here. We want the drama. Call us out on our bullshit.
Right.
Washington at Dallas. There's one that I think has it's probably going to be a Fox national televised 4:15 game. I know where I'm going, but I'm not going to be too exciting with my selection. Do you have any words to add to yours to go first?
This is another tough one, No. Is McLaurin playing? Is he back this week? I think CD is back.
Really?
I thought I heard CD said he's playing and he has no limitations.
The chat will probably see every time I go to look something up, the chat is faster than me. But I'm going to look up Lamb and McLaurin real quick.
I'm going to go Cowboys either way.
Okay. And I'm going to go Washington either way.
Ooh, what'd Murph do?
CeeDee Lamb off the injury report.
Oh,
Will
yeah.
return. Let's see. Murph. Dallas.
Oh, you're the lone wolf.
Ow!
There you go. Get that dog barking.
Yeah. If she wasn't on my lap, she would definitely be barking at me right now. Washington, am I going to be left hanging? No. Crispy doesn't leave me hanging. So yeah, we do have a lot of Dallas though, including Wild Wave with the emoji. He's got the Cowboys. Me and Crispy rhyme.
Down by the
Yeah,
schoolyard.
yeah, we rhymed. I like it. MC Mays, I think he appreciated that those are bars. Okay, Washington, and hey, I'll take that as a lone wolf any day.
That's not a bad one to be lone wolfing on right there.
No. Next up. Ooh, dude, the rest of these games are pretty decent. All right.
Yeah.
Atlanta going in to San Francisco, clear across country. Battle of the Red and Blacks. Falcons at 49ers. You know what? Let's lead off with Murph. Murph says, Murph, did you just pick all the home team? Okay, he didn't pick all the home teams, but he picked a lot of them. No, actually, he did not about 50-50 for Murph. This one, though, he does choose the 49ers. Maybe he's not a Penix believer. Maybe he's I don't know. I mean, is Purdy back? I don't know these details. I just know my gut. Ooh, you know what? My gut's
Purdy's still out, by the way.
okay.
Max playing.
My gut is mixed on this one, man. Murph goes San Francisco. You know what? McCaffrey is good. No Fred Warner. Give me Atlanta.
Oh, cover your dog's ears. Because as much as I hate to as much as I hate to do it, and if I miss any, I hope it's this one, but I'm going with the 49ers.
Crispy Falcons. Amid Falcons. Jake Falcons.
Wow.
Ooh, baby. Wild Wave Falcons.
Did anybody in the chat pick the 49ers?
I'm not seeing it if they did.
Ooh.
All right. You know what? I think maybe we have didn't we all just see the Falcons? I feel like we just saw Bijan like cook.
He did.
Maybe that's like recency bias because it's a 50-50 game, although we are not 50-50.
But we also saw Atlanta go on the road into Carolina and lose 30-0.
True. And we're still
Just
not
saying.
sure the Jets are going to win.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bill M did pick Atlanta as well. Damn.
Man, so were Murph and I the only ones who picked the 49ers?
Sure sounds like it.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Next up, another potential game of probably the game of the week. I said it earlier with Philly and Minnesota. Now I'm really saying it because now I've seen the entire slate, and Baker Mayfield led Buccaneers going into Detroit playing the Lions. That is a good game. That is, it's going to go down to the last 5 minutes. Murph, we'll leave with him again. Detroit.
Really?
Ty goes to the home team, I guess, even though, his doppelganger plays for the other team.
Yeah, no kidding. I think this is the game. No, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. I'm going with Detroit.
I knew what you were going to say. And I'm not against it.
What was I going to say?
Two teams that'll be in the championship game.
No, no, but it could be. I already told you I'm sticking with the Rams for that.
Okay.
But no, I was about to say this is the game that Tampa Bay gets cooked, but then I remembered, Detroit's secondary is like down to one starter or something. So I'm gonna just stick with Detroit though, outscoring them.
I could be wrong, but I think Emeka Buka is out.
Oh, really?
Does that change your mind at all?
No, because I picked Detroit anyway. So.
Oh yeah, true. Well, and plus the Bucks have Tez Johnson, so they'll be all right.
Damn right, Tez baby. Let's go Ducks.
Quack quack.
Quack quack.
Oh shit. Which he actually had a really good play last week. I'm not gonna overshadow that. It's not just go Ducks. It's Tez. All right.
That's right. And
some people
didn't he? He could have had the game winner against the Jets, and they just missed him. That away, Clancy. Clancy knows what the hell's up. Clancy, put all your picks in there, Clancy. Pick them all.
Yeah, Clancy, we are moving on to Monday Night Football, so you can literally put them all in there. Clancy does know what's up. I led off with that when I saw you, Scott, and good to hear Clancy agree. Fire hat. Third, actually, I think Clancy is the fourth shift tonight.
So right.
appreciate you joining us, man. I don't know. I don't think I made my picks. So
nope.
First, okay, all right. Ooh, man, that's a tough one. I think
I should have been writing these down. Murph usually writes them down.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this whole segment, Scott. So don't you worry. Oh fuck, Baker and Goff. Tough. You know what? Really, Bailey? Okay. I don't know Bucky's status, but I do think that with as many injuries as the Bucks have been dealing with, I am going to lean Detroit here, and the fact that they're at home, I'm going to double lean there. Give me Detroit. We are unanimous on the panel. Chat. Okay, Jake.
Ooh.
Either switching his mind or he's finally coming around. He wants the Bucks.
He wants the Bucks.
Yeah, I like it. Do you want to go with the announcement of the last one, Scott?
Oh, sure. In Monday night game, the Houston Texans travel to the team that is pissing me off because they can't decide what to do with their running backs. The Seattle Seahawks. This is a tough one. It's weird, but Seattle has become better on the road than they are at home for whatever reason. It's really strange. I'm gonna go with Seattle though. But once again, this is one of those games that wouldn't surprise me that went either way. I'm hoping Seattle's defense is getting a little healthy. I don't know, but I'm going with Seattle anyway.
A lot of Seattle love in the chat. Jake goes Texans for now. He'll probably change in a few minutes. Let's see what Murph does. He goes Seattle.
Oh, look at
You went-
Clancy. Good work, Clancy.
Facts. Murph went Seattle. You went Seattle. Oh, man. It'd be a good time to steal a game. But I don't pick like that, man. Not unless I'm really on the fence. But this one I actually had a gut feeling on. And I don't know. I'm not a CJ Stroud guy. I'm not.
No, me either.
Gimme the 12th man. You know, the Mariner Magic, baby. Did you see them win that game 5?
I saw they won, so I'm glad. By the way, Dane, now that you are in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle's a pretty fun place to go catch a game. FYI. I've been there. Actually, I've been.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. I've been to the new stadium, but I also went to the Kingdom, and man, that place was a piece of shit, let me tell you. But the new stadium, whatever they call it these days, is pretty cool.
Hell yeah. Grand slam in the 8th inning. Fucking awesome.
Oh, is that who hit it? The dumper, the big dumper?
Suarez.
Suarez, okay.
Right? With that nasty ass hair of his. Yeah, Seahawks officially for me. I think a lot of the chat. Well, let's see. Chris B, Seahawks. Wild Wave, Seahawks. Let's make some room here. Get you off.
Murph went Seahawks.
Murph went Seahawks. Wild Wave, Seahawks. Amid, Seahawks. Crispy, Seahawks. Jake, okay, that's his old one. Jake, Texans. Oh, boy.
Damn, Clancy,
You know
is that? I'm just reading what Clancy put up here, but Clancy, is that point spreads or no point spreads? Because being 7 games under with no point spreads is pretty sad.
Jake and Clancy. Yeah, Crispy chimes in. Jake and Clancy with the Texans. Everybody else.
Okay. I can live with that then, Clancy.
We did our picks. Scott, I want to ask you something. You've stated it a few weeks back that you think Murph has a doppelganger, plays quarterback for the Buccaneers.
Oh, you set this up, didn't you?
I want to ask you, because I think this guy is trying to look like you.
Oh,
he might
shit.
be your couple weeks from now, he might be your doppelganger. I want to ask you your thoughts.
I'm not going to wear bitch's pants, though. I mean, a woman's pants, though.
Dude, I don't know. He's coming for the throne there, Scott. What do you think?
Yeah, it's go time for the ugly Christmas beard contest. So I got to really let it get nasty now.
Oh, boy. What a guy.
You fooled me. I didn't see this one coming, Dane.
You know what? Glenn gets a lot of shit, man. Are you ready to fire him?
No, but if he got fired at the end of the year, it wouldn't bother me. I just don't see much. I just don't see much good coming out of him yet. Now he's got time to change that.
Do you think the mistakes he's made are irreparable, or that he is doomed to repeat?
I don't know. I don't know because, we have a 6-game sample size. Maybe as a head coach, a decision maker really on both sides of the ball, which he's never been, as far as I know, in the position of having to make key decisions throughout a game other than calling a defense possibly. But like, do we call a timeout here? Do we punt here? Do we kick a field goal here? Do we throw the red challenge flag here? This is all new for him. Some guys just don't have that.
And that's what I wonder, like, if you are him and you do rewatch that game and I'm stretching, like, and you do ask yourselves, wow, why didn't I send Folk out there? It was 61 yards, man. Wouldn't you hire a guy to do that, or like to advise you, or to like anything? Why does Banjo get a pass? Why isn't Banjo screaming at Glenn there and saying, "Hey, let's go. This is special teams. Let me assert myself." Why isn't Folk in Glenn's ear saying, "I can make this kick. What are we doing?"
Okay, I'm not siding with anybody, but I'm gonna tell you something you already know. But the kickers go out every game and they tell you where they're comfortable making a kick from. And if he said, "Coach, I feel good from 58, 59, whatever," maybe it was that simple. Now, the feel for the game, that's another story, because that's, to me, seems like where he is lost. But you know, there's 11 more games left. And another thing, and it's not a fireable offense, but he's one of the worst I've ever seen at a press conference. I mean, he's embarrassing, really is. So
Yeah.
and back to hiring a game man. I don't know if you remember this. You probably weren't paying attention, but when Hackett, another disaster of a head coach, was in Denver, he hired like just a guy to be like a game, just to help him on game day make decisions, which is like, oh, good Lord. But maybe Glenn does need something like that.
It's funny though, because a lot of the times you see him on the sideline, it looks like he's not doing anything. He's letting his assistants do their jobs. So it makes you wonder, like, if he's not calling plays on the D, or like, he's just with his hands behind his back standing, or, like, how are you not looking at big picture situational awareness and stuff like that? I don't know. That has been his mantra, is I'm going to put my people in place and let them do their jobs, kind of thing. If that's the case, how do you go for it on 4th and 8 at the end of that game? Everybody in the world watching that game knew that we weren't converting that.
Yeah.
How do you go for it on 4th down in the first half, get it, and then just shit down your leg after that? Or did you go for it solely to run the clock out? I don't believe that we went for it.
That's what he said, of course.
I don't believe for a second we went for it on a fake punt solely because we were scared Nix was going to drive the field on a day where he couldn't drive the field.
Yeah.
Just no, I don't believe that. I think that we just fumbled the bag after
that was
terrible.
That was botched. It was almost like they couldn't decide what they wanted to do, and they just froze up, really. I mean, even Fields like looking at the sideline like, okay. That was really strange.
There are people, though, that think we went for it just to play keep away. And that's not even talking about us going for it and tipping our hand by having Breece Hall be the punt protector. Tipping our hand by keeping our starting O-line out there blocking for the punt.
Yeah, that didn't fool anybody. Even Denver, and I didn't notice Breece back there. And I saw all the Denver guys jumping around, pointing, didn't matter as it turned out. But if you're going to run a fake punt, maybe you shouldn't put, your running back in punt protection.
Or just if you want to keep the O line out there and Brees out there, just run a direct snap, or just hand it off to the dude. Like, but I don't know. Maybe that we were counting on the chaos of it all. Maybe we were counting on some Brees to be in a huddle and them not see him or something. They didn't call a timeout. I mean,
right. And to be fair to Glenn, they have headphones on. They can be communicating that way. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't.
We
Just
really
a lot of bullshit though, man. Like,
the end of the half was almost worse than the end of the game, other than the game was on the line right then. But both can be true that they went for it on fourth down because they didn't want to give the ball back. But okay, good, great, you made it. But you're in position to try to get a field goal attempt, throw a Hail Mary, whatever, and he just froze. It was really strange.
Yeah, and also like we have a good punter. I don't think it was that. I think it was the after. I don't know that we weren't expecting to get it or what, but we had no plan after that. It's just frustrating, man.
Well, and here's another thing. Why didn't you make the switch at quarterback?
Yes.
It was so obvious Fields was just shitting down his leg. He just didn't have to be a permanent thing.
That's the other. Yeah, correct. It doesn't. Sometimes you just don't have it, man. You ever see starting pitcher go out there and he's an ace and one inning, it's all he gives you because you got to pull him? That doesn't mean you don't start him the next game.
Yeah.
Just don't have it. Although I will say Fields more than just didn't have it that day. Like,
yeah, that was
man.
That was
he looked
bad.
like he looked like he had the
guy.
yips.
Yeah, he looked like a guy that hadn't played quarterback, and he was just kind of, like 3 quarterbacks that got hurt. Well, let's throw this guy in there that played in high school or something. It was awful.
Deer in the headlights, man.
And that was a damn good defense. But there were passes, that were there that he could have thrown. I don't know if he got so concerned about the pass rush that's what he was looking at, because that happens. But man, got to be better than that.
Yeah, and I was probably late on this, but like start of the fourth is where I started saying, no, dude, it's got to be Tyrod, because at that point we were up 1, and I watched Denver's offense and our defense all day, and I said, if you can get us 3, we'll go up 4. They cannot beat 4 points in this fourth quarter. You just got to get a field goal and you put it out of reach. And I knew our best chance of getting 3 in the fourth quarter was Tyrod. Start of the fourth quarter, I wanted Taylor.
I would have done it at halftime. It just seems like a better time to make a switch to me. Like,
at halftime, had you seen enough to say it needs to happen then, or are you just hindsight saying halftime?
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time. But it's probably hindsight, really. It just seems like a better time to talk to both guys. You got time, privacy. But you might be right. Maybe I wouldn't have thought that, but it became apparent it needed to be done if they wanted to win the game.
Well, I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying I think a lot of people are saying halftime now, but like all I know is me going into halftime was thinking we need halftime for Fields to get his head out of his ass, and then we'll come out in the third quarter and he'll be able to move the ball. And then when I didn't see that, then I was like, all right. But, hindsight for me too would be halftime as well.
I honestly don't remember if I was even thinking about that. at the time.
Because who knows, man? We've had some good third quarters the last couple years that
Well,
weren't.
it's true, but this team, we have good second halves when we're getting our ass kicked. That's when the good stuff happens, and that wasn't the case. You know, the game was still winnable, of course.
Good night, Jake.
Good night, Jake. The other thing, and I don't recall what the timeout situation was, but they, you know, where did they have first down? What was their last first down? What yard line were they on?
Who, us or
Yeah.
them or
Us. Was it the 44?
the when we didn't kick the field goal, we were at
Yeah.
we were stuck at the 44.
Okay, so were there any timeouts left?
I can't speak on that.
Or well, maybe it didn't even matter, but did they threw 3 straight passes, right? 2 incompletions and a sack?
Correct. Well, 4 plays, but it did end in a sack.
Well, I mean, before the 4th down play. So
we passed it. Yeah.
you know, they could have run the ball. They only needed really you get a 5-yard run, and theoretically you're in field goal range based on what he's already done this year.
Delayed draw, scramble, anything, man. Like I should have rewatched that ending, but it's too painful. Clancy's chiming in though. 61 yards for sure. Would have yeah. Took a sack immediately. He does think we had 1 timeout left. I don't know though.
So maybe you get up, you run the ball twice, run it downhill, try to get 3 or 4 yards. There you go.
Scott,
Fancy right there.
3 runs, which I don't know how much time there was, but enough. And we get 5 to 7 yards total. Yeah, it makes it something Folk already drilled that day. 55.
And they had a timeout to stop the clock to get the field goal team out there, not have to be all spazzed and rushed. Just get out there, kick it. So that was another thing they could have done differently, which once again, I guess it's hindsight, but that I remember thinking at the time, why don't they run it? Something else they could have done.
What are your thoughts on missing this guy here?
Gumby. I don't think it's going to matter this week. I really don't. I mean, it doesn't improve their team. Let's be real. Having him gone, but I think the defense is going to win this game. And just, you know, running the ball, just make the game ugly, and win a kind of a low scoring game.
When we are here next week, Scott, and looking at the box score, Justin Fields will have thrown how many passes?
Hey, time out real fast. Did we never pick this game, did we?
We did not. Oh, we'll go to that. How many passes for Fields when we look at this a week from now, knowing that we don't have Gumby?
I hope he throws like 20 max.
I said the same thing to Murph earlier.
Did you?
Defense, running game, maybe a heavy dose of Brees dump offs, but I'm not going to predict that because, come on, I've been predicting it for 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. 3 years.
Yeah. All right, shit. Hold on. Let me bring it back up.
How did the chat let you get away with that?
Yeah, you know what? They must have been scared to pick this game. That's all I can figure. Sorry to the people who went to bed thinking we were done. I will scour the chat in case they added it and I missed it, or they want to comment after the stream. They're commenting now. Hold on, shit.
Hey, Clancy, give me a score of that game. Oh, 20. Is it Cal's up 25-20, Chris?
Scott, you didn't tell me that Mendoza played for Cal.
I didn't. I've mentioned it to some people. I thought I mentioned it to you. Maybe not. Yeah.
Maybe you did, and maybe I missed it. What
Let's
what
go
do you think of Mendoza?
You know what? I don't know because I didn't really get to see the game. I haven't watched him play. I can remember not being that impressed with the Cal quarterback last year, though. But I might have seen him in a bad game or two. That's I probably watched him when Oregon kicked their ass.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah. So and I like I said, I only saw 3 minutes of the game. What I noticed listening to the game on the radio was they had a receiver. I think his name was Surratt or something. Surratt, right? That just
Indiana? Yeah.
Yeah, Ducks couldn't stop him. It was like
Facts.
Chase last night, man.
If it was Surratt left me more impressed than Mendoza. They without him, it would have been a totally different Mendoza performance. Cause I mean, they just dink and dunk to him, and he just cooked our corners. He did. All I could figure is, or all I could think about was Sala in Hard Knocks saying how much he loves Surratt.
Well, he's with the 49ers.
Yeah. All right. First up, we have, and we're talking Jets, Carolina. If you haven't submitted your selection, put it in the chat now. Murph is up first. He goes with, whoa, he's got this wrong. The Jets are at home, and he's going with Carolina.
He's going with Carolina. Murph's having a hard time with the Jets this year. Well, I'm sticking. I picked this to be the Jets' first win, and I'm sticking with it. Give me the Jets.
Tough, man. This is tough. This might be tougher than any that I've done because of the whole. If Garrett was playing, I would pick the Jets. Easy. I wish I knew the game plan because if I could pick the game plan, I'd pick the Jets. Easy. But knowing what I know, oh man.
Do it. Make me a lone wolf, Dane. Wouldn't it be something if I'm the only one picking the Jets out of us?
Have you been? Yeah, you've been a lone wolf tonight.
Just once. I don't remember which game it was, though.
Let me buy some time by saying Amid, Panthers, Chris B, Jets, Clancy, Jets, shock the world, baby. I don't know how much it'll move the world's needle there, Clancy, but Chris B
that's more of a really bad comment on the Jets if that actually shocks the world.
You know what? We're feeling froggy. We're dipping into the 6th hour by a hair tonight. Jet up, baby.
Oh, Murph, man, with another lone wolf. He must have been lone wolf like 4 or 5 times tonight.
You know, let's bury him. He's a little peeved at being in third. Let's put him like way down third.
Well, it might happen.
Just to highlight it one final time. Top 5 chatters, shout you out. Jake, top spot. Only performer that bats above 700. Man, that's quite the record there. Bill M, another good one. A Fly Guy up there, Modine, McMays, all doing well. Panel, all doing well. Good. So I don't have to make excuses why the panel sucks and the chat's great. Um, we're all pulling our weight. We got some up and comers though, like Isaiah Davises of the world, and they are on screen now. We're gonna have Clancy added. Finally, get him in the mix on this leaderboard next week. We will
Yeah,
see how
Clancy's going to have to climb that board.
Yep. Hey, he could start out in first. We don't know.
No, he won't have the minimum games picked to.
You know what? Let's decide it now. What's the minimum to hold a first slide position?
Well,
15
I'd say you
games?
have to pick at least 12 weeks worth of games.
Well, let's not think of the end result. Let's think of right now where we're at.
What do you mean?
Like, yeah, we're all going to have dozens and dozens of picks, but right now everybody's got like 10 or 15 or 20.
Oh, yeah. I'm all good with that as long as you don't see people only picking the obvious ones. Like tonight,
Yeah.
the first half of the games were a lot easier than those last 4 or 5.
Like for you, if we all have like 50 to 100 picks at the end of the year, or the chatters do, nobody's gonna sneak in with 5 picks and win. Trust me.
All right.
By that point, you're gonna have to get like at least 30, 40 picks to compete.
Just say 100, because that's
Yeah.
easy to do. I mean, we're already at 40. Like I'm at 40, 41 here. So are you and Murph. So 100 will be
plus.
easy to make. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's 15 to 20 a week, that's not too much to ask. We started late, or else we'd be at 100 now, some of us.
Yeah, we just have, that's probably 3 weeks worth, right?
3
or
weeks.
maybe 4, maybe 4 weeks.
This will be like upcoming. This is week 4.
Okay.
And we're counting like we skipped Thursday nights.
Oh, that's true. We always miss one. Thank God, because I suck on Thursday night.
Well, I'm going to give you the option right now, Scott.
Sure.
Do you want to pick next week's Thursday night now and start doing that every week from now on, or do you want to just skip Thursday nights from now on?
I would say just skip it, because we could make the pick and then, some quarterback could break their leg on Sunday that can't play Thursday.
Good point. So wise man.
But if I hear you talking about maybe getting another day going, then maybe that, depending upon what the day is, that could be when the Thursday pick is made.
We also had a live chat goal of 5 super chats tonight in order to drive interest in a second night of the week. Let me just tease it here now. We are looking to have a Sunday night show in the Danger Zone with a scheduled co-host. There's another creator out there that wants to do a Sunday show in the Danger Zone alongside me. So it won't be Murph. It'll be a different flavor of the Danger Zone. But a guy you've all seen here. He's held a co-host, a guest spot on numerous occasions. Stay tuned, because it won't be this Sunday. But after that, you might see it more often. So the chat answered. They super chatted. They said, let's hit this goal. They said, let's do this. I mean, the only thing that bothered me is my Sunday thoughts not ever getting expressed. I got to wait till Friday, and then they've changed in that 5-day span. So I do kind of want something more immediate because Friday nights were more calculated. Maybe I need an emotional night. And it sounds like you guys might get that. Let me know if that sounds like something you're interested in the chat. What do you think of that, though, Scott? Because not only will it be not Murph, it'll be a different host, but there'll still be callers, still be you on screen anytime you want to voice your thoughts. Do you think we can carve out a niche on Sunday nights as well?
I would think so. And I don't, you're going to be competing with Sunday Night Football. So
I will say it's not going to be a 4-hour show or a 5-hour show. It'll be probably a 1 hour,
Okay. Just more of a Jet game review.
Yeah, more like the Friday night show. You kind of got to pick through and find the good stuff. Well, what am I kidding? It's all good. No,
Right.
this will be more like bam, bam, bam. Good to re-listen to on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't even know what goes on Sunday night because I'm always watching Sunday Night Football, so I don't know if there's people doing shows. I know Mike does like his few-minute rant over over the loss, but besides that, I don't even know what's going on Sunday nights.
Hey, chat rolling in. Clancy says piping hot takes right after the game, baby. Hey, they might not age well, but you will get spiciness. I promise you that. Yeah, people will still. You know what? A lot of people multitask too when they're watching Sunday Night Football. So I think we'll have an audience. Hopefully, the live chat will, 10, 15 people. That's all we need to make a show. And yeah, we'll see. Like I said, stay tuned, stay plugged in. Well, you know what? That's the thing, man. 0-6, team sucks. Sundays suck. Jets content doesn't always suck. It doesn't.
I have advice for everybody.
Lay it on us, Scott.
Just embrace football. Embrace other teams. Get joy from watching good football, which, let's face it, we don't really get to very often unless it's whoever we're playing, which can't embrace that, I guess. First game was fun, of course. Tampa Bay game, I admittedly got disgusted and started watching a different game and changed back just in time for the blocked kick, but then still look what happened. Yeah, don't let something that we have no control over ruin our day or our night or our week
A whole season.
or our whole season or our marriage or whatever it might be. Man, don't let it happen because Woody doesn't give a fuck about any of us.
Facts. Yeah, you know what? In the 5 hours of this show, Woody has made my annual salary.
Or a hell of a lot more. That guy's just like on a clock making money. Ring, ring, ring. Every time someone goes to the drugstore and buys baby powder, right?
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel.
You know what, Jake? You may have already done this, but I think you might have dipped out for a minute. Pick the Jet game if you haven't already. Throw it in the chat. Clancy, this I didn't know, even though you're not talking to me. Scott, thoughts on Clancy's comment here? Otani, 3 jacks, 10 Ks on the wow. Okay.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Clancy, but I think he struck out the side in the first and then led off the bottom of the first with a home run. But that's never been done before. I would bet this has never been done before. I mean, Babe Ruth did pitch, so maybe Maybe there was a time he did it, but yeah, that's something. And fuck the Dodgers.
Yeah, agreed. And both points. Otani, amazing. Baseball is fucked. Like, why can we not have competitive balance?
Oh well, baseball's not built for that.
Yeah,
at all. They're fine. They're fine having 5 or 6 teams that dominate with a few different ones poking their head in every year. Like Cincinnati made the playoffs this year. A small market team gets in there and gets swept, gets eliminated quickly. But yeah, I would rather it's more like football, to be honest with you.
agreed. I would take it in a heartbeat. Just one last time, we gotta show Gumby one more time. Oh man, if there's anyone that's gonna take being held out worse than Jermaine, we found the guy. Worse than AVT, we found the guy. Like AVT, Jermaine, Garrett. Who is Sauce next?
Here's a question for you, Dane.
What? Oh, whoops.
Who?
Sorry.
What was that? Who the Jets gonna trade? Oh yeah.
Who?
If anybody. If anybody.
And just to decide, last question because I'm falling asleep here. You know what? It's tough because I think each individual week can change this. Do we win 2 out of the next 3, Scott? Do we win 2? If we win 2 straight, nobody. If we beat Carolina and then I forget who we have after that. If we beat Carolina and then lose to the Bengals,
Cincinnati, yeah.
If we, then short of us winning both, which is all we have left before the deadline, 2 games. If we don't win both, Quincy's on the table. Brees got to be on the table. MC2, I mean, I need these 2 games to see. Does he come back? Does he come back Sunday and look like week 1 through 4 MC2? If he does, then maybe Salah calls or Ulbrich calls, or someone else who likes him.
Couldn't you see the 49ers going after Quincy with the injury they've had? And
as soon as Warner went down, I joked, yes. They might be stubborn, and they might just be wanting to see 17 games out of everybody. They could have traded some of these guys in the spring, and they didn't.
That's true. But you know what?
Braylon was healthy. Brees didn't get traded.
But I know there are people out there that say, "Oh, well, they're just tanking. That's why they're 0-6." No, they weren't doing that. And if that was the approach they were taking, they would have paid off all of Aaron Rodgers' contract this year.
All at once.
He was being honest when he said, we want to win games now.
Correct. I'm with you.
So if they win 2 games, the next 2 games, you don't think they do it. Why? Because they are, in their minds, they think they can make a run at the playoffs still, or they're just trying to build something, build a winning culture, and maybe win 6 or 7 games down the stretch.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? It's not just individually about each guy, being worth keeping. It's more so about you're then looking at how do we make this a destination for free agents next spring. You can't do that if you're 2-15 and you traded assets and you got a bunch of 23. We're already the 31st oldest team in the league. And people want to trade Quinnen. People want to trade everybody. Who wants to come here then? You're 2-15, going to the draft. You traded veterans. You traded leadership. The coach is on the hot seat. Don't even know if, there's people that want to fire Glenn because they don't think that they just want a clean break and start with a fresh coach, fresh quarterback in the draft. Like, if you win 2 games, you might have to say, yeah, you might not recoup assets like you can trading Quincy and Brees. You may comp picks, you may not. But maybe you look like a better destination based on the final 8 games. Maybe you show heart. You show like you are stacking. You're building something, like you said, the ladder of what you said. It's not that you think you're going to make the playoffs after 2 wins. It's more so that you look like next year you're not going to be a 5-win team. You maybe look like an 8, 9, 10-win team. Is that crazy?
No, because I've been saying it forever, but tanking is for losers. That's not a way to build a team. So this is not the NBA. But at what point do you say, these guys, this team has done nothing but lose. These guys, all of them, have done nothing but lose in their career. Even the quarterback they brought in who hadn't spent his career in New York did nothing but lose. I mean, he was 4-2 last year, but is there a time when maybe it's just clean house?
I mean, when I say don't trade guys, I don't mean extend them. I just mean like let them help us cross the finish line. Yeah, Adirondack, man. You're on our list, man. You can go back and look at where you stack up in the rankings. We showed about 10, 15 minutes ago. I got your new picks, though. Yeah, I don't mean like you can still turn over the entire roster. I'm just saying don't bottom out further. If you pick up some momentum, keep it going.
Right.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth and then make it worse, and then all of a sudden the 2 wins you just got are all you get all year.
The problem is, and it wasn't the defense of last week, but they've just been getting progressively worse. But we saw some signs last week. What, 2 penalties? Defense showed up. And I'm not suggesting burn the house down at all, but that could be an approach.
Well, the other thing is, why were we better last week? Me and Murph talked about this. Like, was it simply getting Denver across the world? Was it Jermaine being back? Was it getting a slot corner worth their salt? Was it, we don't know. We need more data, unfortunately. We got to see this week. We got to see next week. Can we stack? We need to stack them. We can't just look at a single game, just like we can't look at 6 weeks. We can't look at a single game either.
Right. But those those two things you mentioned, as far as the Jets having two players on their defense that hadn't been there, was impactful. No question about it. Did the Broncos put their best foot forward? I don't know that they did, but regardless, that made a difference having those guys on the field.
It did. And if I had to wager, is the defense the rest of the way more like last week or more like weeks 1 through 5? Call me an idiot. I think we're closer to week 6.
I think you're right. And I will say this as well. I think it's easier to win games with a good defense and a bad offense or mediocre offense than it is the other way around.
I agree. So,
We've seen it. We've seen it firsthand, right? With Zach Wilson. The offense was basically crappy, but the defense was pretty dominant. We had a kicker that made kicks. 7 wins.
we have a kicker that makes kicks and a good punter too, and a good return team. We have good gunners. We have the makings to win some games the rest of the way if our defense plays like they did in week 6. And that's, hey, what if MC2 comes back and he looks better? What if our AZ Thomases and our Malachi Moores take a step? We got the bye week. I think that'll help. You can kind of reflect. Quincy comes hopefully back at some point. Yeah, I don't, and that's one of the reasons why I don't wager us having the number 1 pick. We talked about, do we think the Titans or the Jets will draft higher? We both said the Titans. I don't think we said it just for our own benefit. I think we said it for these reasons too. I think the best is yet to come. So click subscribe.
Yeah, I think the Jets are going to win this week, but man, if they lose this game at home to Carolina, I can hear it now.
Yeah.
They need a win. They need a win badly, I guess I'm saying.
And I don't think anything we've said tonight will still think should that happen.
Should they win or lose?
If they go out and they lose by 10 or 20, don't look at us for optimism. Don't.
No, and I think we've all us who are being kind of realistic about this season, and let's face it, there was plenty of Jets fans that weren't. I mean, God, the Justin Fields excitement, it was just nuts to me. But we just want to see improvement throughout the year. And until the defense last week, we haven't seen that.
Do you think we should have won that game?
The Denver game? No, not really.
Damn.
I think they could have won that game.
I was setting you up though. Damn it.
Well, you were gonna smack that down when I said yes.
I was gonna say, see, I told you.
Oh, yeah. You and Murph both. That was Murph, I think you both. Well, I think you were like the Jets were going to be 2-0, and then you both, I'm pretty sure, picked Denver to win. But
London, baby. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is kind of an equalizer.
Do you know that that childhood song "London Bridge is Falling Down"?
Yeah, that vaguely. I mean, yeah, of course I do. My childhood was a long time ago, though.
I just realized it's kind of ironic that our bridge fell down in London. Our bridge quarterback.
Oh God.
9 times.
So, that's the other thing.
Shit.
Now he's officially a bridge quarterback. Weren't they trying to unlock him,
I don't
turn
know,
him into
man.
a
I think
franchise quarterback?
if he's a bridge quarterback, it's might be more like a plank on the side of a boat.
With a hole in it. The boat's taking on water. Okay, so Dana, go to bed whenever you want. But
Bill M, thank you, man. I appreciate you acknowledging how good that was. London Bridge, baby. Oh boy.
do you want to draft a quarterback and have him behind Justin Fields? I mean, talking about being able to pick up bad habits.
What if? Oh man, I don't know.
Although maybe
I
you
really-
could have Engstrand saying, "Don't ever do that." In his "Don't ever do that." I really
know,
think
man.
I really think Glenn was so enamored with Fields because of what he did against his defense a couple times. He went all in on him.
I mean, regardless of where we're at, I think it's more a story of where we go. And I don't want to dodge your question, but I feel like if this regime is worth their salt at all, they have to look at that film and have to say, we have to do something different. We have to, if he can't read 3 reads, 3 progressions, we need to get a 1 read out thing going with him. Orlovsky spoke on it today. He dropped a video and he said the same. We had so, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. He said most teams have a quick tempo offense, but Fields isn't a quick read guy. So we have to figure out what our quick tempo offense is with Fields. Might be something different, but we have to have one that simplifies things, that gets them going. So all I'm saying is I would hope if this regime again is worth their salt, they'll tailor things to make him look better down the stretch to where maybe we don't even have this conversation at the end of the year, but I have a feeling we will. Because we're smarter than that.
Well,
what I want. Okay, listen though. Tyrod's coming off the books. Okay, Fields is going to be owed like 10 million guaranteed next year. Tyrod making like 6-8 million. I'll take the hit if we have to pay 10 million guaranteed to a backup. We're paying 6 to 8 for Tyrod right now anyway. So, draft a quarterback. Maybe bring in a veteran to be 1. Veteran, QB1. Fields, $10 million backup. Maybe as a package, whatever. And rookie is number 3. Crazy? I don't know, because we're also eating like $40 million there in next year, and I wouldn't have done that either.
How about this one? Assuming Fields just kind of continues on his current path, they can cut ties with him, right? And they'll only end up paying him 30 mil instead of 40 mil overall. I
overall, believe. Yes.
I believe. Re-signing Tyrod, having a young quarterback behind him, maybe even bringing another veteran, so you don't get caught going to the rookie too soon. There'll be a handful of solid veteran quarterbacks. I mean, shit. Joe Flacco could have had Joe Flacco if they wanted to. But unless they're going to commit themselves to some crazy offense, which I don't know, I don't think wins in the NFL at this point consistently, where the quarterback is just running all the time. I don't know. I'd rather have a young quarterback learning from Tyrod than from Fields.
The problem is that of his 30 million guaranteed, we didn't even pay half of it this year. Most of it's in year 2. $8 million cap hit this year. We cut him before June 1st next year. 22 million dead. 22 million dead plus Rodgers 35 million dead. 57 million for quarterbacks no longer on the roster next season. Is that palatable?
It is to me, because they're not going to be good next year either. Get done with it. Look at who they play next year. And it's hard to say for sure, but next year's schedule is a lot worse than this year's schedule. Good night, Chris.
Good night, Chris. What do you think of Clancy's suggestion here? He says we just roll Fields out there for the beginning of 2026. And we're down a rabbit hole, guys. This is assuming Fields looks no better the rest of the way, or he looks like the average he's given us so far the rest of the way. Clancy says you start Fields for a little bit, and then you go to the rookie sooner than any of us would like to.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, who knows? Don't go to the rookie before he's ready. The Giants knew. I don't think it was beyond just Russell Wilson. They thought, okay, he's ready to play now. I mean, it didn't hurt that Russell Wilson was not very good. The worst thing they could do is go to a guy too soon. I don't know. I just don't see Fields teaching good habits to anybody. Clancy's right, 2027. So,
which is why we needed to cut Rodgers. If we kept Rodgers, there'd be dead money in 2027, and a lot of it.
Yeah.
So at least we have a clean slate in 2027. So of course that's the year we're going to win it all.
Well, okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and we don't know where they're going to draft, who they're going to draft, but say they draft Dom's guy, they do get the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick, whatever, and they draft Dom's guy, who doesn't. You can have kind of 2 different offenses, a Fields offense and where we want to go in the future offense. Just be done with the experiment.
Yeah.
And
no, Fields as a backup is pretty unsavory as well, because it's like, who is he gonna be a good complement to?
Well, you know what, they could bring in the guy from Indianapolis,
Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, and then just do a crazy ass offense with the quarterback running all the time, you know.
This isn't a rabbit hole anymore. If we're talking AR2, this is the Danger Zone portal. We're getting sucked in. Yeah, it's possible, man. Hey, enough shit in a pot, maybe you'll find something good.
But yeah, no, I don't think that's a reality either. But I'm just saying, you know what? If you're going to draft a quarterback in the first round next year, start. And maybe that's part of the problem with Fields this year is they're trying to fit him into their offense. But He's never been really good in any offense, and I don't know how Pittsburgh's and Chicago's offense differs from what they're trying to do now. But most likely you're not going to have a quarterback like him that you need to develop. So I don't know. I if he doesn't start to show something, I would just cut bait, get a different veteran, maybe keep him and get a veteran and Tyrod, and then your young guy to learn from guys who are going to play the game more like him.
Yeah. And I'm not opposed. I mean, if you were, let's just say this, because we are down a rabbit hole and we're talking, should this happen? Should that happen? If we do get to a point where we have zero confidence in Fields for 2026, sure.
I'm already there.
Fuck dead money, because if we're going to draft a quarterback anyway and we need him to sit, do we really care who he sits behind at that point? We're $60 million in the hole between Rodgers and Fields. We got a quarterback that, I mean, it's 20. Clancy said it. It's 2027 at that point. Bring in a $3 million starting quarterback. Mike White made $1 million last year in Buffalo, being their number 2. You can find a cheap ass quarter if you don't care. If all you care about is preserving the innocence of the rookie quarterback, do we care how much the guy costs in front of him? No. We're just trying to insulate that kid, get him to learn some shit. Is he going to learn more from the coaching staff or the starting quarterback? The coaching staff. They got to be the one to mold him. I'm not saying put a guy out there in front of him who's like Tim Boyle. But I'm saying there are ways at that point, like, just figure it out. Expectations are key. We just can't cook the kid before he can develop some skin, some thick skin. That's the key, I think, here. Do I have faith it'll happen that way?
Well, and then the other popular question we're hearing these days is, do you want the current coaching staff developing a young quarterback? Which, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer.
Question of the week. They don't even want them to choose them, yet alone develop them. Most people.
Yeah. So, but like you said, maybe they get 2 wins here. Things start going the right way. Man, but if they don't win this game, I think it's just going to be, oh God, it's going to get ugly. It is just going to get ugly.
It is. But you know what? Let's table that for now, because we'll see, man. We're at the bye week in 2 weeks. In the next 10 days, we're done with all of our games before the bye. And kind of got to win both, if you ask me. Or at least look like an NFL team in both.
There you go.
I don't care if you could win by 20 against Carolina. If you go and you look like shit against Cincy, I'm right here. Same thing I am now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Just ugly. I just don't. Other than money, but I don't think they should be worried about money next year, unless there's a sudden turnaround. I don't see the point in keeping Fields next year. Seriously.
I don't know, man. I can't Just I don't know, man. Sunday was so bad. Sunday was so bad. Just throw it to Garrett. Just throw it to Garrett.
Just throw it.
Just throw. Yeah. Indefensible. But I'm also not gonna make full on daily videos on how everybody needs fired either. So we'll see where this goes.
I'm never for firing coaches in season. But admittedly, I thought the Salah firing last year, I thought Brick might whip things into shape, but yeah, it was worse.
Brick Johnson.
Simply worse. Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, how ironic would it be if we fired Glenn this week and both coaches got fired right after a London game, like a year apart?
Well, wasn't it Tuesday? Wasn't it the Tuesday that he got fired? So we already got past that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he won't fire Glenn this year. I mean, unless it's something outside of football, like he really lost his mind on, in a press conference or something. But he won't fire him this year. But if Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh become available, are you not considering hiring one of those guys?
You know what? I have hope for Glenn in year 2. You know why? Sensational sophomore. That means he's going to be better in year 2.
Maybe he should be, but at this point, he's going the wrong direction. That's all.
Yeah. At this point, I need someone to insulate him and choose his decisions and all these things to make it work. And yeah, no, man, I don't know how you don't kick a field goal at the end of that game. I really don't. I wish he just came out and said, wow, I messed up. Then I have more hope than I do now. Saying, oh, it was a 68-yard field goal.
I wish, and I'm assuming they did this, but I wish he'd have said, well, before the game, we determined that our longest field goal we could kick was 58 yards or 59 yards, whatever. And then at least so you can see the reasoning behind it all.
You saying that tonight made me happy because I didn't hear anyone else consider that, but I thought that night as well. I'm like, usually you gauge your kicker in pregame when they're warming up, and they tell you
in both directions.
Yes, and that did cross my mind, but I also felt like his 55-yarder in game and shit you chance it. Not even if he tells you he's only good from 58 and it's 5 yards more or whatever, you still, hey, I realize, but we kind of got. You can't go for it on 4th and 8. You can't. Not with the performance we had all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Garrett was not even in that play, right? There's another thing.
And like you said, we could have got a closer field goal the 3 plays prior. Or at least
that's how I would have done it differently.
Yeah.
The
mistakes were made before that. Yeah.
But anyway, it's all, easy to say now, but that's what I was thinking about the running at the time. Because I got to believe Denver is more concerned with a pass.
Yeah.
And then there's just how Fields was playing.
So
The other thing is like you need a win so bad, and I feel robbed of it. Like,
well, there's 3 games they could have won. Seriously, I mean, this game they could have won. It was ugly, but they could have won it. Pittsburgh, they should have won it. And then, as lucky as it would have been, they could have won the Tampa Bay game. They got their ass kicked most of the game, but it turned out they could have won the game. So
correct.
I'm only really looking at Pittsburgh as the one good game. Kind of even though Pittsburgh scored some points, it seemed like the defense did a lot of good things. They put a lot of pressure on Rodgers. They shut down Pittsburgh's running game. They weren't as good as they were against Denver, but team-wise, all the way around, I think that was their best game.
Bill makes a good point. Denver did everything to give that game away. Fields says, "Hold my beer."
Exactly.
The other thing is, like, we can get that same defensive performance, but can we get the only 2 penalties performance again? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and the coaching staff said, "Hold my beer" also. And it wasn't just at the end of the game, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah. And the one time, I don't even remember. Games are blending together, but I feel like there was a time when we called a timeout when we easily could have challenged the spot of the ball instead. And
I think that was this game.
Yeah.
Or they called a timeout. Was that the same time and then they came out and punted? They called timeout and then punted. So what they could have done instead of calling, timeout, throw the red flag, throw the challenge flag, challenge it. If you win, you're not going to get dinged with the timeout. If you lose, well, there it is anyway. And
you still get the break to assess what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah. But
it's just
it was.
I don't know if fans are getting smarter or if coaches are overthinking things, but I feel like it's not that hard. Not that hard, man.
Well, it kind of seems like he was coaching scared.
Yeah. Well, I hear it in my. This is the second time it's chimed. My AirPods are dying. Scott, any final words? We kind of talked a lot, but you didn't have the chance to pick the topic or pick the last word. Like anything we missed?
Well, I haven't heard the entire show, but probably. I'm sure you guys covered everything head to toe, but hey, I think this is win number 1 for the Jets. 1-6. Tankathon moving up the list, baby.
1-6 with our heads held high.
That's right. It'll be better than the alternative.
I'm glad you catch my sarcasm.
Holy mackerel.
Hey, chat, holy indeed. Chat, spike the like. I'm sure if you're here now, you already have. If you're listening on repeat and you're in hour 6, you're an animal. But spike the like button. Hey, if you became a member tonight via gift or your choosing, stick around for a members post the next couple of days for what to expect moving forward. I hope you guys enjoyed me and Murph. Hope you enjoyed me, Murph, and DomC. Hope you enjoyed me, Murph, and 4 callers at once. Man. Yeah, and we didn't even... Nah, I'm not going to say that. I hope you enjoyed me and Scott riffing for a couple. You know what, Scott? This might be one of my favorite parts of the show.
Hey, and to put it out there to people who might listen after or however else they're seeing this, post your picks for all the games to Dane. Get on board with this.
Post your picks, and we don't mean nudies.
That's the Bobby Midnight Show. We don't need that here.
I wouldn't know, but damn it, because that would have been a good one.
I witnessed it once. Oh my God.
Clancy, good night. Bill M, good night. 11 still here on YouTube. Good night, everyone. If I missed you, you know what? Harbaugh may be coming. McCarthy might be coming. You know what? Or we get the sensational sophomore Aaron Glenn version. All right. Good night, Scott. Good night, chat.
Later,
Thank you
everybody.
for visiting the DZ. Yeah.
Enjoy. I was going to say, enjoy the Jets getting win number 1 at a normal hour.
Yeah. Enjoy your last Sunday without live Danger Zone.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. JETS, 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 Jets.
We can't all be beautiful.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Totally, back row.